Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Abu Dhabi Space Debate, the global platform defining the future of space. I am Katie Jensen and I'm so excited to join you for the second day in a row of your host of this incredible debate here in Abu Dhabi, our nation's capital.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Abu Space Debate sets out to define the future of space by providing global leaders the opportunity to come together and challenge the issues and opportunities of the sector. We have seen in our first day together that our sector has a great deal of work to do.
Indeed, but there's also some incredible rewards on offer as well. Today, we are swinging open the doors to look into the future of space by gathering some of the brightest minds in the industry to answer the questions that matter. What are the programs we must put in place to ensure that space does not become overcrowded and instead is more inclusive for all? How do we ensure that space agencies prioritize collaboration over cooperation? Indeed, should they do that at all? What is the technology that's going to revolutionize our industry? And how do we create a shared space infrastructure for all?
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first session of the day, and it will be moderated by Ryan Duffy. Ryan will be joined on stage by Alex Fielding, the CEO of Privateer, Laith Hamid, CEO and board member of OneWeb Neon, Michael Friedling, CEO of Lookup Space, Dan Kepperly, CEO of Leo Labs 4, Ian Christensen, Director of Private Sector Engagement at Secure World Foundation, and finally, Adnan Al-Mheri, CTO of Yasat. Please welcome on stage, ladies and gentlemen.
Alrighty, I want to start this off today, kick us off by thanking our hosts and gracious hosts in the UAE and the supporters of this event, and then all of you for attending. So, what's in store for this panel? We'll be looking at the topic of mega constellations and the mega challenges, but also I would add outsized potential opportunities that come with the increasing the development of low Earth orbit and build out of constellations. So I want to start just by kind of setting some baseline conditions. As everyone is probably well aware, the graph of satellite deployments or operational satellites in space sort of looks like a hockey stick, and that the trend is poised to continue for the rest of the decade and so on and so forth. But as we heard at length yesterday, I think that a common theme this week is that law and policy can often trail technology development. So with that in mind, I want to acknowledge that the first the theme of today's talk, that constellations and utilization of low Earth orbit and sustainability are not necessarily mutually exclusive things, but that some tension may occasionally exist between the two. So this is the first, and it'll be the last time that I just go down the line. We'll then sort of jump around, but I just want to see, I guess, show of hands from each of you. What do you think that we're striking the right balance between development of LEO and sustainability? Not show of hands, actually. Let's just go down the line.
No.
Okay. One word answer. We're off to a good start.
So I agree with my fellow felons. No. Yeah, I'll say no as well. Yeah.
I think in terms of striking the right balance, I'd say we do have an interesting dynamic in this market that the satellite operators are actually the most incentivized to deliver safety and sustainability because their investment requires it. It gives them a stable operating environment. So it may not be true in other markets, in other dynamics, but the satellite operators are actually, we're seeing them pioneering new ways to do safety and sustainability. So I hope we can learn from all of them.
Yeah, and I would say that certainly considering the rapid change in our industry, it is time to have a new review of the standards to accommodate these changes.
Fantastic. Thank you, everyone. We have a great diversity of viewpoints represented here in terms of space surveillance companies. We have operators, and then Ian can speak to the policy and regulatory and sort of international coordination opportunities and challenges for days. So I actually want to start with the space situational awareness, space domain awareness guest that we have today. What are the changes in recent years? We know about what's enabled these constellations and their proliferation in recent years. I'm curious to hear what from your perspectives, what sort of technology and maybe market forces are enabling the success of your companies. So Privateer, Leo Labs, Look Up. Start with Alex because you're closest to me.
That's fantastic. Proximity actually does have a value. So, I think, and we heard this a lot yesterday from our really esteemed panelists and people around the world, but many things in space are driven by fear and by greed, by war and by commerce. And we can't continue on that trend. That's certainly not sustainable. It's also, I'm coming with more of a perspective from our Hawaiian headquarters. Hawaii has a word called kuleana, which is, it means conservatorship and stewardship. It means responsibility. And it's much less about the notion of ownership. So it's about what do we do to not become environmentalists, but what do we do to ensure that future generations have access peacefully so that we can participate together in this new domain. So I think that what we're seeing is we're at the very infancy of this as a domain. And in that infancy, we're talking about a lot of things on space sustainability that start with observation. Observation is kind of the bottom of the pyramid. So, right, can we see it? Can we sense it? Can we detect it? Then we have to go to, can we monitor it? Can we track it? And then ultimately, can we predict its behavior? And how well can we do that? Can we use these data and this information to create real intelligence in the domain? And we have to, work on all of these elements so that we can assure that, our kids who we are conserving this for have access to not just become spacefaring, but and interplanetary, but ultimately intergalactic. And I think that's where we have to keep our hearts. The technology will follow.
Great. Michelle, you want to?
Well, I spent the last 4 years of my career under the uniform I was wearing a few weeks ago. I still focusing on the threats and risks in space, and also, of course, to better integrate space capabilities in the defense system. But most of my job was that analyzing the threats and the risks and find ways to respond to the threats and the risks. And I found that this challenge was really huge and really paramount to the future of space activities. So I decided to leave the uniform before the normal end of my career, to create Look Up Space and to dedicate myself to the sustainability of space activities, because This is, as it has been said before during these 2 days, this is of crucial importance for the benefit of humankind. And we don't know exactly what space economy, space activity, space exploration will be in the future, but we know that it will be as important to the humanity and the humankind that, and prosperity that, you know, the maritime exploration has been to the humankind in the 19th century or so. So this is the reason why I choose to do that, and I think we need different actors, not only one or two, to provide data and services to ensure safety of all space actors, and but maybe we'll come back later on this.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yep. If I could chime in, I'd say you all remember that the space debate was opened by a very important comment made by Her Excellency Sarah Al-Amiri. She pointed out that data and information are really foundational to the space industry and to the global economy these days. And one of the biggest problems in the space industry has been a lack of data, lack of information about where are the threats, where's the debris, and where is the scaling. And the scaling is quite important because in 2019, there were 800 active satellites in low Earth orbit. There are now 5,000, and we're on track next year to have more than 10,000. And it's extremely rare to find a domain where you've gone from hundreds to tens of thousands of participants in a matter of a few years. So we started Leo Labs specifically to solve that data problem. And in a few years, we've scaled to 6 radar sites around the world. And right now, we're producing over 800 million conjunction data messages every month about risky close approaches, potential collisions, in order to provide that information foundation upon which governance, policies, norms, and behaviors can be built.
Yeah, let's hear from the operators now.
I think your question is about why now. It's about timing, why we are now speaking about those LEO constellations and hundreds of satellites, sometimes thousands of satellites. Well, I say it's always driven by demand and as technology permits, because the innovation was always there. The idea started in the early 90s when the internet was booming, and you always need to be connected. Like even in our world now, you need to be connected in your home, in your work, in your car, when you travel on an aircraft, when you be in the middle of the sea on a cruise, in oil and gas rigs and wells in the middle of the desert, you always needs to be connected. So the idea started first by Bill Gates when he started to launch satellites to provide internet from the sky in the 90s. So the innovation in ideas started there. The demand is there, but the technology was not permitting by that time. So they spent $1 billion and they decided, or they reached to a point to say that this is not commercially feasible. So they shut off the project. And then in our these days, in a few years, the technology permits to launch a satellite at a low cost, to manufacture a satellite, to launch a satellite, to operate a satellite. And that's why you see now hundreds of satellites being launched. So the demand, the technology now permits, it's on our shoulders to make sure that this is safely operated, safely regulated, so it can serve the purpose of providing connectivity rather than going into a dilemma of space debris. And if this happens, if we have one collision, only one collision, and you start a Kessler effect, then the space is no use for us. So we need to make sure as we benefit from the space in our age, we need to make sure our children's are able to use the benefit of the space as we go forward.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anand.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to give a bit of contrast and big picture to this discussion as well. I mean, we know that space is extremely vast. However, the low Earth orbits, or the orbits that we make most use out of, are finite. And while some may look at the possibility of endless exploitation of these finite orbits, as perhaps our ancestors looked at in the ocean, we know that there are limits to how much can be exploited. And the big picture today is we have roughly 5,000 to 6,000 satellites in orbit. We have hundreds of thousands of pieces of debris, if not millions, if you count sub-centimeter or sub-centimeter sized pieces of debris. And we have approximately over 250 new constellation companies that have made announcements for constellations. And some of these companies are looking at tens of thousands, and some are looking at numbers that are below that. Not to mention the potential entry of over 100 new launch vehicle manufacturers as well. So if we look at the scale that we're facing, I mean, I think common sense goes a long way, and it could suggest that we need to look at this change in our industry with a complete new light, which brings about the importance of items such as space awareness, as well as reorganizing ourselves to ensure the sustainability of this environment.
And on that topic of reorganization, I think this was very helpful to kind of set a baseline understanding of what's going on on the technological side and with market forces. Ian, I was hoping that you could speak to, kind of give us a lay of the land as you see sort of the regulatory policy, legal aspects of all this taking shape.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. And I want to thank our hosts here in the UAE for putting on this excellent event. I'm very honored to be here on behalf of Secure World Foundation, which is a nonprofit that focuses on collaborative dialogues and policy discussions around space sustainability. So I'm going to start with a little anecdote. So earlier this year in the Northern Hemisphere summer, I was at a U.S. national park. It's called Craters of the Moon. It is a international dark sky park, right? So it's a zone in which you're supposed to be out in nature. You're supposed to be able to observe the night sky freely. We were at an astronomy night, so there's a ranger-led talk talking about constellations, showing us the Milky Way. And during this talk, all of a sudden, here comes a train of dots straight across the center of the sky, across the Milky Way. It was, of course, a Starlink, a recent Starlink constellation launch, and it was the deployment as they were moving into their operational orbits. And so this quickly turned the conversation from what are the constellations we're looking at to what is this human impact and this human activity that we're now seeing on the environment, right? And so for me, it was a crystallization moment. Here's a system that is being deployed for the type of benefits like, that you are talking about, right? But has a very direct and discernible impact on how we as a species engage with the environment in which we're in. So a very clear demonstration of the need to think about this environment and think about the way we manage these constellations that are coming in. So baseline conditions, these constellations are coming. They offer base benefits to society. They offer, I've lost the microphone. They also offer, is the microphone still good? All right. Thank you. Do that side. Yeah, there we go. The constellations also offer unique risks to space sustainability, and the rules and procedures, the regulations, the operations practices we have are probably not sufficient to cover those risks. And then also, as Dan already mentioned, these constellation operators themselves have a vested interest in the sustainability of the domain. The business won't work if the domain is not safe to operate in. So what does this mean in the long term? It means we need to think about tools to manage the space environment in the near term for safety and in the long term for sustainability. To Ryan to the question. So we already talked about SSA. We need to think about the data that we're collecting on the environment, how we get that to the operator community, how we use it in operational practices. We then need to think about space traffic coordination. So the rules, the guidelines, the rules of the road, so to speak. How do we manage conjunctions, who maneuvers, how do we share information between operators? We need to think about updating regulatory practices. So at the domestic level, how do spectrum regulators who issue the licenses for these constellations, how do they interface with the space debris and space situational awareness communities, right? Those are often two separate parts of a government administration, and this is a shared challenge between those parts. At the international level, what common principles exist that can guide that conversation. And then at the operational level, at the industry level, design practices, operational practices, standards, and guidelines that help industry execute itself responsibly. So the answer to the question, Ryan, is it's a mix of many different levels. And so I think I'll leave it there.
That's helpful. My mic. So this working? There we go. So that is helpful. Thank you for the baseline. I want to move us along to the topic of space debris, which I think is adjacent, if not directly, overlapping with what we've already discussed. What are some positive steps forward that on space debris management that industry and or governments have taken that any of you would point to, or are there any positive steps you see that we've taken? And this is kind of open to anyone who wants to. Dan, go ahead.
So in terms of space debris, there's really 3 different categories of things you can do. You can not have created it in the first place, you can swerve and avoid it, and you can clean it up. Leo Labs is very involved in the middle case, the swerve and avoid piece. But there is one other kind of interesting element, which is the next stage, the cleaning it up. And there's a lot of work now in the active debris removal industry demonstrating that first cleanup mission. And we had the honor of being at the biannual JAXA Space Debris Workshop last week. Japan has been a leader in space debris planning and removal. And there was a very good discussion around kind of next steps in those demonstrations. And one of the things we were proud to contribute was a top 50 list of the most dangerous objects in space. It turns out when you're doing round-the-clock monitoring of conjunctions, you're assembling a massive data set of all the possible collisions and which objects are most involved. And so I'm very excited to see that the first active debris removal mission looks like it's targeted at a rocket body upper stage. And a lot of our data shows that actually those massive rocket bodies are some of the largest sources of risk. They're very large, they can turn into a lot of fragments, and unfortunately they fly very close to other objects.
Yeah, maybe about the space debris. I think all of you know that according to the European Space Agency, we have around 36,000 10 centimeters and more debris in orbit, and hundreds of thousands of 1 centimeter and more debris. And we have to know that 3 centimeter debris is enough to cause what we call catastrophic damage to a satellite. So you can imagine how big is the risk in space regarding debris. So the huge challenge that we have is to detect and track all these debris of 3 centimeters and above, to avoid this collision and avoid the Kessler effect that was mentioned before. Because if we don't do that, all our space activities will be impossible in space.
I think that's a good point to add, that if you look at the top 20 conjunctions at this second, right? If you go to, we need to create more participatory access, and we need to have better observational data that's open and accessible to all of us. So we can share that data, we can compare it, and we can do data fusion. Privateer is in a partnership operating the largest optical telescope network in the world, looking at things in space, and it's participatory. It's people with telescopes that can be autonomously tasked in their backyard to go look at these objects in real time. But if you look at those top 20 at any moment, like Dan said, a lot of those are rocket bodies on debris, debris on debris. You have to start to work on the cleanup effort. But the other piece of being open and participatory is that we have to share our telemetry and state vectors, and we have to begin to talk about intent. So when we do maneuvers, what is our intent? And peaceful intent, right? Are we maneuvering to avoid debris? Are we maneuvering to station keep? Are we maneuvering to avoid each other? And we have to start to connect these things together in a way that also looks at the re-entering debris in correlation with air traffic and things on the ground. And if we're going to begin deorbiting everything in LEO in a 5-year cycle, more and more goes up, more and more will come home, and nothing has a morbidity and mortality profile of 0. 0 doesn't exist. So the risk is there. We have to understand the risk, and we have to understand that risk in the entire domain, holistically. So this is, I think, a really important opportunity for us to share that data in a way that is fair and accessible to every nation, specifically so that we don't get ourselves into trouble. But also, we have to do this in a participatory framework where each country contributes, and we also benefit from each other's collective peaceful knowledge, right? This is a time for us to work together. I don't think anyone in this room thinks it's a good idea to pay money to not crash in space. I don't think crashing in space is optional, right? We shouldn't be creating an economy around avoiding collision as a commercial market. I think this is an imperative to humankind and to humanity. And if you stepped on the passenger planes on your way home from this trip and someone walked down the aisle and said, "Give me $10 and we won't crash while we're on the plane," that would be probably a plane flight you wouldn't take, right? But this is the situation in space today, and we in this room, there's a lot of calls for action, but we in this room can solve this problem together.
Thanks, Alex. Does anyone towards the other side, have any thoughts on the matter?
Yeah, so just very briefly, I mean, Alex, one of the things you mentioned there was the 5-year cycles that the constellations, many of them are planning, right? And I think there's two sides to that coin, right? Because one of the challenges that we've had in our community for a long time is that we've operated under something called the 25-year rule. It's only rural in a few places. It's a guideline in most places. Our practice in complying with that 25-year rule being deorbit your spacecraft within 25 years of the end of its life, has not been very good. That's some other data that ESA tracks, right? Its compliance with that has been 60%, and we consider that to be good. So seeing a move to a 5-year intent is, I think, a positive trend, right? I think that is something that is a responsible practice that the constellation operators are committing to. Alex, follow up on what that means in terms of impacts on terrestrial risk or on the environment itself, right? But that is a positive trend for debris management. It's also good to see operators planning for deorbit reliability as a high requirement. And then I think OneWeb has installed grapple features on all of your satellites, right, to enable that active debris removal, right? So I think we're seeing a more multi-layered approach towards debris implications for these large constellations, and I think that's a positive trend that's coming out of this.
Could I respond to that for 1 second? Sorry, and Ian, that's a brilliant point, right? Because if you drew a sphere around the globe and you drew it from 250 kilometers to 1,000 kilometers, and you put every object that we put in space in a 10-kilometer sphere, and you stack them from 250 to 1,000, you can put 110 million objects up overspaced, likely at 10 kilometers apiece, right? Put that in perspective. The auto manufacturers on planet Earth last year sold about 120 million cars in 1 year. So let's think about how finite this low Earth orbit space resource is as it relates to Ian's comment, which is completely and hugely valid, right? What happens to all of those things? Where do they go, and how do we manage them? We have to begin that data fusion exercise and the planning so that we can coordinate amongst each other to make it happen.
Yeah, I would love to hear what hear from the operators on this.
Well, it's a very interesting topic, and we can continue speaking until tomorrow in the next space debate everywhere. But what matters is actions, is you take action to make sure we have a sustainable space. And that lies both on the operator and on the regulator at the same side, because the operator chooses the design of their satellites. So if they design it in a way that it stays in orbit after its lifespan, then it will stay in orbit and it will remain a hazard to the space sector until you develop a technology to bring it down. So speaking about our OneWeb constellation, we have designed our satellites to be both able to be commanded to deorbit itself, and it will be completely burned out once it enters the atmosphere. It's about the material you use in building the satellites. It's about the technology to bring the satellite down. And we put also a plan B, which is the grappling hook, where you can, if some way you lose the communication with the satellite, and once the technology of bringing the satellites down is ready, you can also command the satellite physically to bring it down. So taking action is what it matters.
Yeah, and you also have a launch later today, right?
We have a launch at 11:30 p.m.
Okay.
time, yeah.
All right, good luck. And also would love to hear from you on this.
Thank you. So just going back to the question, I do see quite a positive intent across the space community when it comes to this subject, which is comforting. But I think, like was mentioned, it is the time for action. And as an example, I think, one of the positive examples is what we've seen here with the UAE Space Agency's efforts. The signing of the Artemis Accords by the UAE, which is also driven by the UAE Space Agency. All these steps are towards creating a better environment for the future, and certainly a sustainable environment. I can assure you that, I get calls that we're on a collision course with our fleet from time to time. We have to do maneuvers to avoid colliding. It's something we live with today, and it's not a comfortable thing. And that's with the current environment that we have. If in the future we run into more of a debris problem, then it will be a continuous effort of avoiding collisions. And that's not good for business, it's not good for sustainability, and nobody benefits in the end.
Great. Michelle, I think you had something to share, and then
Yeah.
we'll take us toward the last portion.
Yeah, I think we are more or less in the gold rush period of time in the U.S. In the 19th century. So some are building railroads, are digging for gold, and some others are protecting them. And somebody said that we need actions now, so I think you have here 3 entrepreneurs trying to put actions on the table, Leo Labs, Privateer, and Lookup Space, to provide this safety and to allow all the space entrepreneurs to dig for gold, for establishing this space infrastructure and build this space economy, including the downstream market. And the question is, what is the market size? What is the market size of the SSA market? We don't know, actually. This is a good question, because as an entrepreneur, when I go to investors, the first question is, what is the market size? When and what will be my ROE, And I'm not confident about speaking about the market size, because the most optimistic evaluations are low, actually. It's a growing market very fast. We don't know where it goes. We don't know what the size will be, but we are sure of one thing: it's absolutely necessary to continue the space activity. So we don't do this to be a billionaire. So I wish you could be, I wish I could be. Dan could be a billionaire, but I don't think if I would have wished to be a billionaire, maybe I could have designed, a kind of new gaming about space wars, because I was a space commander, and then like the Fortnite, but in space, I would be a billionaire. This isn't my choice. My choice is to provide safety to all the space players in the room here.
So we did have anti-satellites on the topic agenda, but I think everyone here kind of agrees no one's in favor of destructive anti-satellite tests. No objections. Okay, great. So looking forward, because I do want to try to close this out on an optimistic note. If you could snap your fingers and change one thing in this industry, and I'm asking this from a technological or an international coordination or a regulation lens, what would it be? And whoever has thoughts, feel free to jump right in.
So I would say take the sustainability concept at the heart of the design when you design your network. Make sure you don't leave any footprint in the space after you complete the mission, and that could be done by the operators, yes, but it needs also the support of the regulators and the space agencies.
Yeah, and I mean, I would say that certainly innovation is usually the best path to solving most of our problems. And here we're talking mainly technological innovation. I mean, it was mentioned earlier, the use of materials that we design into our spacecraft, the type of orbits that we use, and perhaps innovation that we haven't even thought of yet. So if policymakers decide on conservative policies going forward when it comes to space debris or the use of low Earth orbits, the industry and the technology manufacturers will innovate and they will come up with ways to work around these conservative policies. So I would just say that let's not underestimate that and have faith in our engineers in solving these problems.
And I think one of the big things that we could do is to create and agree on open standards for collision avoidance and how we interoperate and communicate planned maneuvers versus maneuvers in real time. I've heard a lot of things here in the last day about the comparison of the cyber domain and the space domain. There are these virtual, kind of ethereal global things, and the difference is if you mess up the internet, you can kind of rewind the clock. If you mess up the space domain, you really can't. And this is an area where we have to align on those norms of behavior, those standards, and I don't know how many more accords and agreements, and don't get me wrong, I've nothing but the utmost respect for the International Space Act and Treaty and the Artemis Accords and the Peace Accords, but we have no regulating body, and when I say no regulating body, we have no enforcement action. So, if you look at the number of things in space right now and you look at how many are in or out of compliance with existing treaties, it's over 40% are out of compliance with the treaties we signed when we put things in space. And just like the internet, we are on the advent of open source satellite buses going up, millions of devices going up, and we celebrate kids in universities putting up picosats and nanosats, but we forget these things are smaller than 10 centimeters. We can't reliably track them. So I would say the one thing I would wish for is an open protocol for coordination similar to internet routing protocols that we all agree on and use, because we can do that. We can solve that in this room.
So Alex took what I was going to say, and that is a space traffic coordination system in place that does what you're talking about and has the layers of regulation, coordination, norms, and standards all built in, like somewhat like we have in air traffic. It's not a great comparison, but something like so. That gives me the ability to have a second answer, which is nice, and that is going to be that, as I mentioned, I think there's a need for better regulatory coordination, and I think there needs to be, if I could snap my fingers and go back 10 years and say we need this, and that is a tool that allows regulators, regardless of their jurisdiction, to have a common point to compare the capacity of what LEO can support and how to rationally use that capacity as a resource, right? So that we can treat LEO as a resource, enable use of that resource for commerce and benefit now while protecting future use and the ability of the environment to support that future use and equity of access. And so, Alex, you talked about that stacking, right? And there are elements of the technical community that are working on orbital carrying capacity models. They're not mature, they're not comparable, they're not done yet. regulators aren't familiar with them, so they're not available as a tool, right, that can be used in that regulatory context. And I would love to have had that available as these constellations started coming to market.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I do have carrying capacity on the notes, but that's probably a topic for another day. Dan, do you have any thoughts on this, or being able to snap your fingers?
Absolutely. So to me, the single most important thing we could do is learn from the leading satellite operators. We see working with OneWeb every day and other leading satellite operators, they're having to figure out how to run large fleets, automated fleets, how to fly through the debris, frankly, the debris they didn't create, but they're now a victim of the environment that they have to operate in. And one of the strong messages we're seeing is they need a new generation of modern safety services. There's been this legacy set of services on the market that are producing free data. They're not scaling. They haven't kept up with the new traffic, and there's no plans to scale them. Scaling those networks, scaling those services are something that we are living in a big market for, and we're seeing the technology being updated. But I think more broadly, the lessons that they're learning, the kind of norms that they're pioneering and putting in place could really be used quite broadly by new satellite operators, space agencies, and the like to update the rules of the road for, frankly, a new generation of space.
So we are pushing up on time here. I don't know, when we spoke off stage, off air, you had shared some interesting thoughts, and I think you've spoken to it a bit here, but about this notion of kind of carving out some space and key orbits for non-commercial players or universities or academia, and just maintaining that accessibility. Do you want to close us out by speaking a little bit more to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we discussed generally about the fair access to space and LEO orbits especially. And I think it's important that whatever framework we agree on as an international space community is that we keep that fairness available. We keep the open doors for our academia, for businesses, for science. And we need to make sure that there's no favoritism in that regard. And I think that's generally been the spirit of our space community. I mean, we've managed to coordinate so many things, especially when we talk about spectrum, huge coordination efforts on spectrum, and more or less it has been quite positive, and I think we should pursue that same path.
Excellent. Well, thank you all very much for the time.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to all of our panelists this morning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to be shifting gears a little bit. We're now going to be turning to the opportunity to reframe our geopolitical future in space. We've got a very special keynote session this morning. And he says, we need to focus on what really matters. He said all too often, we focus on technology and we've forgotten about the poetry of space. He said, in order to find solutions for the future, we need to turn to our past, much as former US President John F. Kennedy wrote that incredible poem about traveling to space. He said we need to be able to reshift our focus to understand what really matters.
Yes, Katie, and on the topic of the future of space, we are delighted to be joined by geopolitical forecaster George Friedman, the founder and chairman of Geopolitical Futures, that analyzes and forecasts the course of global events, to share with us views on our possible human future in space. Mr. Friedman, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you for coming. I want to speak not about the technology of space, not about all the wonderful plans that are being made and everything else. They happen sometimes, sometimes not. But space is there, and it's an extraordinary place. I usually speak about geopolitics, so now I will say only this. A soldier does not go to war because a committee has said it's a good idea. He does not risk his life because some technician showed him a new rifle. He does that because of poetry, the song of his country, the song in his heart, the love that it engenders, the obligations that it generates. We cannot understand human behavior when we reduce it to technology. Technology matters, it's important, it's not trivial, but it does not happen unless someone loves and hates and is taught to do so. This is the nature of space. I'll speak a little about Orion later. It went far beyond the moon. And in the United States, hardly anyone knew it. The technology was there, it was brilliant. The purpose was outstanding, and there was no poetry. When John F. Kennedy spoke about we go to the moon not because it's easy, but because it's hard, well, I don't know what he meant, but I know what it felt like. It felt like a necessity. And so part of this program of going into space must be the transformation of the hearts of people into those who lust for space. I was young then, and I lusted, and I couldn't wait, and it was wonderful to see. And I didn't have to look at all the technologists and the specialists and everyone else who made it possible. I had to look at myself and the excitement of everyone else, so that if we really want to go to space, we don't need a new program. We need to resurrect that excitement. So let us talk about that a little bit. When nations come to life, they take journeys. My own country, the United States, was built by endless journeys, by endless people coming for endless reasons. It was a movement. When the Portuguese went to India, it was a movement. The world is filled with movement. And that movement defines who we are. I came to the United States from Hungary, and I came to the United States to the Bronx, a place in New York City. And this is my life, that movement. And we are about to undertake one of the greatest movements in human history. The movement not only into space, but to the moon. And we have to think of this, you have to think of this as what it is, an extraordinary moment in human history. Successful or failing, it is a transformation. And if we allow it to become trivial in the hands of experts in the mechanics of things, then we won't go. Because why are we going? What do we want to achieve? And you can't tell me what it is. We'll talk about it a little bit, but what we're trying to achieve? We're trying to achieve experiencing an extraordinary event. So, let's talk about the moon, for example. The moon is a piece of the earth. Many years ago, a small planet smashed into the earth. And out of that was torn the moon. So they say, so it may be. And once there was that, there became two planets. And we have only lived on one. Few have gone to sea, they came home quickly. But there's another planet that is part of us, part of our existence. What is this planet like? We have no idea. Somebody landed there, they stayed a day or two, they walked a couple of 100 feet, they came back. It was an achievement, it was magnificent, but it was a beginning that had no future. Now we're going to see that future. What kind of planet is this? What have we learned about it? What does it do? We see it as dead, we see it as lifeless. What is it? It is our twin. How could it be our twin? We have atmosphere, they don't. Well, it's interesting. There has been found on the moon water. Not massive amounts of water, but some water. It's said that the poles have more water. People don't know, they didn't go there. But if it does, then human beings can live there, because hydrogen and oxygen can be used to generate air. We have never seen the poles. We have never seen the interior of the planet. We know on Earth that so much wealth can be dug from the ground. We've never seen what this planet looks like. We've never experienced its riches. But it would be extraordinary that the Earth would have many minerals, and the moon, which is part of the Earth, doesn't. That would be an interesting discovery. But a more likely one is that was discovered by some method. It's filled with aluminum. Now, would I expect it to have aluminum? Not bauxite, pure aluminum. No, I wouldn't expect it. But we have no right to expect anything. We have seen the surface of the planet and not really thought deeply about our close relationship to it. So when we take a look at the moon, we see a place we're going to go. And then what? Well, when the journeys were taken by people everywhere, two things were involved. One was commerce. People went to get rich. My parents came to the United States to get rich. They did okay. They also go for war, because one of the things that happens when a place gets rich is others try to steal it. And when it's rich enough, then entire countries try to steal other countries. This is the normal range of events. So that if we understand what I said about movement, we understand that it has two elements to it. Regardless of what the planners have in mind, it is a place of wealth being extracted and used and taken, and therefore a place others want to take away. There's nothing radical in this idea. There's something radical in the idea that we can have a meeting and abolish this. That's radical. The reality is that war is a commonplace thing on earth, and it would be extraordinary that it didn't exist in space. Therefore, we need soldiers in space. Therefore, we need businessmen in space. Therefore, the human condition continues in space. It is not a place where it's suspended and we become angels and, loving, warm people. We're humans. We look for it. So when we take a look at this planet that's us, we should consider the possibility that its wealth would be like ours. Different, but in terms of minerals, similar. And if they are, there will be those who want it, and therefore we want to think about war. When the Europeans came to America, they came making war on each other, trying to keep the other country not able to get there, and then making war on the people who were there, and endlessly making war between the English and the French, the Portuguese and the Spaniards, and so on. So when we start thinking about space, the sterile planning that we do that doesn't take into account that we're human beings, and doesn't take into account that if we get there and there's something, well, that means something. Others will want it. So we have to think of the human things. One human thing is poetry. The songs that we sing, as human as a 50-page masterpiece. I've written many of those. There is going to be unity. There will be sacrifice. There will be all the things that a warrior does. And there will be wealth. In other words, the moon is extraordinarily distant, extraordinarily like us, and therefore when we come to live on it, or near it, it's going to be as it was before. So, a planet that we already know has water, a planet that we know has minerals, a planet that we know we've never visited, just on first glance we saw these things, is an extraordinary place. Why are we going there? To demonstrate that the new thruster has an ability to achieve X, Y, or Z? We are going there because it's there, because all of human history has been a going there. We've gone constantly in creating nations and creating reality. We've gone there constantly, looking for something, some hope, some idea, something. Why should the moon be different? Why should a moon be the realm of technicians? Technicians will be needed. They'll be essential. They can't exist without them. But it will be the realm of ordinary people hoping to make a life. No, if it's truly barren, and if it's truly empty and doesn't contain anything, and the aluminum we saw was an accident, and the water we saw was mistaken, well, yes, then it doesn't matter. But even then it matters, because from the moon you can make war. From the moon you have a base with the gravity well that exists, where you can do a great deal of damage to enemies. We don't like to speak of that because we've decided that we don't want this. Not wanting it and not having it are two very different things. You have these things and you watch it. So now we have the fact that the Orion series of launches have taken place. And it's gone 70, 80,000 miles at least past the moon. It's gone farther than it ever did. And how many people knew it? How many people were aware that we did this, and probably in 2 other frames, there will be a base set up on Moon, which, if not permanent, will be long-lasting. And the discoveries of what there is will begin. How many people knew it? It was certainly a press release somewhere. It was certainly discussed in many rooms in Washington, if you will. They didn't know it because there was no poetry. People wonder, why is there no enthusiasm for the space program? Because it is made as dull and tiresome as possible. But this is a realm that will be extraordinary in the sense of a new planet to go to, but very ordinary in the sense that the human things that are not there all the time, war and peace and songs and the rest, they will be there as well. I have no idea what the moon's national anthem will sound like, but it will have one, or it won't exist. No nation exists without a song and a set of principles. Okay? Yeah, we are all part of it, and moving piece by piece and sentence by sentence, and it has to be done. No one belittles the experts. They are experts. But they are experts in things that are not sufficient. I'm horrified that the Orion should be landing next week and no one cares. I'm horrified that they've found aluminum recently on the moon and no one cares. They've left aluminum. I'm horrified with the possibilities that are open to the moon, military and economic, both, and no one cares. And the reason is because a central part of the space program has failed to function. It's not public relations, it's public honesty. It is telling the world that what is happening is extraordinary, and you are alive to see it, and we are part of it, and it matters more even than the football game, although football is important, let's face it. The point is that when we talk about all these things, about whether there should be war or peace, how we should have this relationship or that relationship, how we should build this and that, we're missing the essential piece. Caring. And sometimes I think it's because we don't care, we who talk about it. We have our little part, and we make it good, and we make it important. So my speech here, I'm normally dealing on geopolitics, blood, war, and guts, and occasional bombs. This is what I do. But what I realize with the moon program, what is missing in it, is the same thing that would be missing if a soldier only saw some manuals and never heard the song that would move him. You cannot undertake this without a sense of enormous, stunning, and universal adventure. So what I ask for is that the experts stop being experts in that and stop wondering why they're not getting funded and extend it to sharing the enormity of what we've seen and also preparing the world for what will come after it. So that, you know, I've written a poem, sort of, here. It's nature is the triumph, but it's also set to mitigate the tragedy. We will go to the moon, and if we go to the moon in this spirit, it'll be tragic. Not merely because it'll be a very sad moment, but the wars and other things that will occur will not have the limitation of a sense of love. So I think a warning is reasonable. I think mine is completely inadequate. But the point I'm trying to make is simply this. No one cared about Orion. And that should frighten us all. Some did, but not most. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Freedom for joining us here today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now delighted to introduce a special pre-recorded video message from NASA Administrator Mr. Bill Nelson, who joins us in a special video here for the Abu Dhabi Space Debate. Let's take a look.
Thank you for inviting me to speak with you today, because this is an exciting time in space. It's an exciting time for all of us in both the government and the private sectors. And the Abu Dhabi Space Debate is a great opportunity for us to discuss the important issues facing the incredible growth in this space activity and this space industry. So I'm honored to be joined here by space leaders from around the world. Back in 2010, when I chaired the committee in the US Senate, my colleagues and I worked to develop a law that would be a new path for NASA. One path would be the government, continuing the government space program, and the other, a commercial space program that would create a private space sector so that we could spend more of our time in the government going further out into the cosmos, not just in low Earth orbit. And so it's exciting to see now, 12 years after we passed that law, that it's working. We've launched 22 astronauts to the International Space Station as part of this commercial crew program. And that includes several of our international partners. Our next crew launch to the International Space Station, Crew 6, will include the UAE's first long-duration crew member to the ISX. That'll be next year in the spring. Sultan Al-Niyadi will join the crew. Now, this is an exciting time for commercial space, and we look forward to Sultan's mission. And as we move beyond low Earth orbit, now more than ever, it's important to develop strong international cooperation and collaboration for civilian space exploration. with now the Artemis missions, NASA will develop innovative technologies to explore more of the lunar surface than ever before. And all of this is in preparation for us to send humans to the planet Mars. We will expand our collaboration and commercial efforts with our international partners to establish the first long-term presence on the moon. And we'll do these things collaboratively and responsibly and with openness. A growing number of nations have signed on to the Artemis Accords because we share the view that the next era of exploration should be done peacefully, safely, and transparently. And the UAE and many countries in this room, in this conference today, have been leaders in this important task. And I thank you very much for being our partners. Last September at the IAC, we had the first meeting of the Artemis Accord signatories. We identified a couple of important topics of global importance. How can we deconflict activities at the moon? We're even having to deconflict activities on Mars now. And how can we create opportunities for meaningful contributions to the Artemis program for smaller and emerging space agencies and developing nations? Space exploration has the greatest impact on humanity when the opportunities are there for the participation of all, not just some. And so now we've taken just the first big steps in achieving our goal. You heard, you saw 2 weeks ago, the Space Launch System launched from the Kennedy Space Center, the most powerful rocket ever, 8.8 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. On top of it, the Orion spacecraft, it has made its first trip past the moon, and it's in preparation for us to be able to send future crewed missions to the surface of the moon. And now, just after Artemis 1's launch, the UAE is working to launch and land its own lunar rover. And as you engage in discussions at this conference and beyond, I encourage you to think about how we can achieve our common exploration objectives underpinned by the principles of the Artemis Accords, peacefully, together, transparently, all helping out each other as partners to increase that partnership in space exploration, all for the benefit of the people here on planet Earth. We can do more, we can go farther, and we can work together. So I look forward to the future with you.
Ladies and gents, that was Bill Nelson, Administrator at NASA. Our next panel discusses how we can work together so that we don't duplicate efforts. What is the potential value of collaboration and cooperation in the face of pressures favoring nationalism and the siloing of expertise? Our next panel examines multiplying the impact of space agencies and is moderated by Ryan Duffy, who is the Managing Director at Payload Space.
That's right, Ryan and his esteemed panelists join us today to ask, Is a shared frontier in space really possible? How can governments ensure that they are balancing national security interests with advancements in scientific collaboration? I think when we look at something like the International Space Station, it's certainly one of the best known examples of global cooperation, being able to see the US, Russia, the European Space Agency, Japan and Canada come together today. So what else is possible when countries prioritize collaboration over competition? Because as we know, inclusivity leads to sustainability. Research shows that countries that are more open with sharing data, with sharing information, tend to make more advancements in scientific developments. We have got an incredible lineup of speakers for you today. Very pleased to welcome Brian, our moderator. He's going to be joined on stage by Christian Hagley Hansen, the Director General of the Norwegian Space Agency. He'll also be joined by Dr. Joel Joseph Marciano Jr., the Director General of the Philippine Space Agency. He's also joined on stage by Ricardo Conde, the President of the Portugal Space Agency, as well as Alexandra Bacola, the Director of the Department of Strategy and International Cooperation at the Polish Space Agency. We're also very pleased to welcome His Excellency Mohammed Al-Asiri, the CEO of the Bahrain Space Agency, as well as His Excellency Salam Buti Al-Kabaisi, the Director General of the UAE Space Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give them a very big welcome to the Abu Dhabi Space Debate.
All right, hello everybody again. It's great to hear from Administrator Nelson, but I'm based in the States, so I'm very much looking forward to hearing all of your perspectives from around the world. And to that end, I would love to kick this off by just setting the scene and hearing a bit more about your agency's priorities and what you and your teams are working on. And there are tons of ways to slice this. You know, we could talk national, we could talk multilateral, and we will over the course of the next 45 minutes. But to start, I would actually like to group this by region. And so first, let's hear from our friends in the Gulf, and then we can hear from Europe, and then we'll hear from the Philippines.
Thank you, Ryan. First of all, let me thank everybody here today for the contributing in the success of the Abu Dhabi Space Debate. As for the, our program, the UAE Space Agency, let me start saying that our flagship project, the Hope Probe, was probably the underpinning achievement for the UAE Space Agency done in collaboration with MBRC. The project itself, even though it's purely scientific mission designed to answer specific questions that the scientific community needs answer on about the top atmosphere of Mars, but it did underpin an important goal that we had, which is up-talenting and our young engineers, getting the knowledge necessary for building our baseline in the space sector. And this is probably the most important return on investment that I see. It's not just engineers, it's also our scientists in academia as well. They're pursuant in getting a chance to have a first-hand data from a national probe orbiting a celestial body, an opportunity that we've shared not only for our youth, but also for the world itself. For the future, we've announced another big flag project, the Asteroid Belt project, hopefully launched in 2028, The goal there is to study 7 asteroids, which is an endeavor by itself to do that, but the return investment again is to up talent our engineers and scientists to get more professionals in the field that participate in the development, operation, and data analysis part as well.
Great, thank you. And then we'd love to hear a little bit more from the perspective of Bahrain.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be among you today. With regards to our projects, currently we are working on a major project with respect to microsatellites that will serve the nation. And we are also continue building our capacity by building another small satellite that being built completely by Bahraini team in Bahrain. And this is maybe something that we reached after the successful collaboration with the United Arab Emirates and sending Light 1 into orbit early this year. Also, we are focusing now on building our capacity in regards to the analyzing space data. And I think we managed to establish our first laboratory for analyzing the data, and we are serving almost more than 21 entities in the kingdom. Plus, we provide the private sector with all their needs from regarding the analyzing the imagery, as well as providing some imagery and data from the space. We are currently working on, in collaboration with an international partner, to establish not a lab, but this time as a center to analyze the space data, with an aim to, based on this center, that we would like to increase the number of publications as well as to advance in the space technology. In collaboration with almost 17 higher education institutes and 5 research centers in the kingdom. Also, we are working currently on building a space segment, an Earth or an antenna, our first antenna in Bahrain, in order to be more independent in this regards. With regards also to capacity building, we continue our initiatives in this regards by sending a space team from Bahrain worldwide. So we are sending more than 20 of them to the United States as well as to the United Kingdom and also to India, and we have some collaboration with Netherlands as well.
And then what's the view from Europe like? We've got 3 countries represented here, so we can start with Norway.
Oh, thank you very much. As many of you know, we are just coming back from the European Space Agency Ministerial Conference 2 weeks ago, putting together the total budget for the next 3 operational years of ESA. And Norway being one of the 22 member states, we are focusing on the continuation of the engagement that we have with the European Space Agency. This is also a fundament for our participation in the EU space programs, the Copernicus, the Galileo, and now the upcoming secure connectivity and so forth. I must admit that this year has been particularly challenging. Even though Norway is a fairly wealthy country, we really had a hard time putting together a good space budget. We are prone to the effects of inflation and the energy crisis in Europe. So it really gave us a hard time trying to convince our government in why continue to put money into space. And the debate goes on that this is a long-term endeavor. We really have to do it this way. What we did succeed in is a continuation of our maritime surveillance activities. We have very successful microsatellites that have been in operation for 10 years, and we now have a solid budget for the next 3 years in establishing the first phase of a complete constellation. Norway has particular interest in the maritime domain. We have a large offshore sector, we have fisheries, we have a strategic interest in the Arctic, and I'm very happy to see that this actually creates a cross-political attention to how and why we are doing this. In order to facilitate this, we now have an increased focus on the total value chain, as we discussed in our preliminary meeting, working on low TRLs and also the education from the educational sector and all the way to national services. So national services have to be at the center of this, so we're playing forward our participation in ESA, the EU space programs, and now the national content. Carter.
Thank you, Ryan. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here. I will also share what Christian just said, because we are lucky to be part of this big family that we are from the part of the European Space Agency. At the national level, of course, we are looking particularly in the two domains of space sustainability and also sustainability of our territory. Because when we speak about sustainability, the pillar of sustainability is to manage the territory. And I mean land, sea, and also outer space, if you consider the outer space also part of the overall territory. And at the national level, we are trying to explore, and we are already did our kickoff, to set up this cooperative satellite constellation between Portugal and Spain to tackle one of the problems that we have in hands in the south countries of Europe, which is the climate change, the impacts of the wildfires, the erosion of coastal areas, and one of the main dimensions that we think that satellite give an answer, which is the lack of water. I really believe that the governments are, let's say, they are paying more attention to space because they start to believe that probably the solution or some of the solutions could be solved by space. Last summer, we had in Lisbon the UN Oceans Conference, and one of the outcomes of conclusions of this conference is more or less that 6 variables of the oceans, 26 or 30, could be only monitored by space. So this is something, we are Atlantic nation, we are 90% of our territory is ocean, and we really share this opinion that space must deliver. Space is a tool to manage our territory at the end, to give some answers for the sustainability. So we are, let's say, working in this domain, and particularly in the Earth observation, to increase, complementary to the Copernicus that we have in Europe, to increase the revisit time, to get some operational, for example, scenarios to wildfires is something that we are missing worldwide. And also working in the open policy data, which is something that I really think that the Space Agency play an important role. And we believe in the open policy data.
Great. And then Alexandra, could you tell us a little, give us the view from Poland?
Thank you. Yes, well, I think that we all understand the importance of the satellite data or the space itself, and how it is influencing our economy and our societies. It was mentioned by Christian that we just completed the ESA Ministerial Council, and Poland has increased its participation by 25%, which was not easy in these times. And for us, okay, we fight it for more, but we are happy with the result. And what we see is that the decision makers understand more and more the importance of space to our population. In Poland, we have Polish space strategy, which is focused on the utilization of space data for economy, for building the competitiveness, for administration, for using the satellite data in managing the country, and also for security and safety. We are now in the progress of just completing the National Space Program, which is focused on 4 priorities. I will not tell them in the order, but we are building something which we call the National Satellite Information System. It's a framework to use all the data sources we have for the Earth observation, Copernicus in the first place, but also the commercial data, the military data, and so on, in order to build capacity that will allow us, even in a simple village, in a simple community, to better manage their resources, water, forests, urbanization, and so on. Also, we are part of the European Space Surveillance and Tracking Consortium. So we are a part of the community that sees what is going on in space and tracks the satellites on the orbit. We have National Operations Center built in the Polish Space Agency for that. And we are using actually the telescopes, the scientific telescopes, to track the objects in space. We are also building our own Earth observation small micro constellation. It will be 3 to 5 satellites in the end, and that will allow also our companies to learn how to integrate complete satellite systems. And also the last priority, the fourth one, is the capacity building, where we are focusing on technology development, including the exploration of space.
Great. And then Joel, you are, if I'm not mistaken, you're the first Director General of the agency, right? Could you tell us about what the last few years have been like?
Thank you. It's a privilege for me to be here. The Philippine Space Agency was fairly new, established 3 years ago, and we were mobilizing this agency at the onset of the pandemic, which presented challenges but also opportunities. The Philippines has long recognized that space capabilities contribute to national imperatives for scientific advancement, certainly, and also for addressing challenges that we face every day with disaster risk reduction and management, climate change adaptation. So even though the Space Agency is young, these concerns have been around for a while, and they've been addressed by a multitude of agencies, public and private sector in the country. So now with the Philippine Space Agency, we kind of hold the baton, try to orchestrate these leveraging space capabilities and developing new ones. So among the key development areas is hazard management and climate studies, national security and development, space education, research and development, space industry capacity building, and international cooperation. So then value creation from space is at the core of the mission of a space agency, address manifold challenges, not just in the Philippines, but in shared challenges in our region, in the Asia-Pacific region. And so, yes, so we look to space to leverage and develop and contribute these capabilities to the global commons and global community so that we can all derive socioeconomic benefit from space. And to that end, we look at value chains. We look at value chains in the upstream and the downstream to try to identify gaps, leverage strengths, and identify partnerships that would contribute to strengthening further these capabilities and also bridging gaps. We have, to that end, 6 small satellites already deployed through partnerships with Japan in particular. Small satellites for Earth observation, 250 kilogram and a few CubeSats, and we intend to continue this effort as we try to build domestic industry in the country. Thank you.
Great. I think that provides a very panoramic view. So in a world in which I think we're seeing more and more space agencies being stood up each year, and a lot of these capabilities and access is being democratized. What's the opportunity of being a newly established or relatively new space agency as opposed to one that's been around, or space program as opposed to one that's been around for decades? And this is for anyone who wants to run with it.
Well, that's an important question. My perspective on this is, there clearly the experience factor that makes a difference. That said, long-term space agencies that have been there for a while doing the same business gain more experience. the disadvantage for small new space agency is they're deprived from that. But I believe that in good cooperation with the principal going into a bilateral or a multilateral kind of cooperation, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You continue with that. That said, there is advantages also for being new. You can get lessons learned and do better job in your governance. Try to have less bureaucratic kind of ties that may impede the operations of the agency itself.
Christian? Yes, tying into that, the interesting thing with this panel is that we are all representing fairly small or fairly new space nations. In terms of the topic of this session, multiplying the impact of space agencies, we have discussed this, and obviously it's a matter of getting organized. By joining forces, we can do things that are much larger than what we could do alone. We are seeing this as an example in the European Space Agency. Obviously, it's been working now for almost 5 decades. But I think it's important to play forward the experience that you have gained. I mean, Norway being a small nation, but we have gained experience over time. We are tied to the large Earth observation program, Copernicus. What we are doing, we have national funds for developing nationally tailored services. And we are gaining experience not only on how to develop that through our National Institute, but also in terms of organizing this. And I think this, in all fairness, in order to try to contribute in emerging countries and in the question about protecting the environment and fighting climate change, we really have to join forces on this. And we now have ongoing discussions with countries in South America, the Andean community, and Colombia in terms of how can we, with the experience that we have working on the Copernicus program and the experience that we have, how does this work in other countries? I mean, from a local focus and the need of the local community. You mentioned the Ocean Initiative. We have, from our side, started this Blue Justice program in order to fight illegal fishery, where we are using our national infrastructure, our microsatellites that can monitor maritime traffic, and playing that again forward to what are the needs in other nations, because the satellites are there. They're circling the Earth in global orbits and covering everything. So I think I totally agree with Your Excellency that cooperating and seeing how can we benefit from our joint forces, without necessarily exchanging money or anything, but by bartering agreements and really collaborating on best efforts.
Does anyone else have thoughts on these ways that we can...
Ryan, let me just say that this new space agency, they have probably some common things that you put in place altogether. And this particular, when we are creating, and this is our experience, a national space agency, the first step is to create a national law that regulates several things. And if we are talking about sustainability, and this is one of the key discussions that we are having here also in this conference, particularly for the space sustainability, one of the corporations is some kind of alignment of the space laws. And this is let's say, probably one of the pillars, the common understanding about how can we coordinate ourselves in the future. So this is probably one of the big opportunities that we have in place, particularly for let's say the young space agency, to contribute to this problem of the global sustainability of outer space.
Yeah, from the Philippines, as a new young space agency, you kind of benefit from the heavy lifting that's kind of been done by different countries and space agencies. So space is becoming more accessible, and we now have a real chance of participating in this global economy. And but things we can add, yesterday, well, I'm an engineer. I was asked to close my ears yesterday in terms of the technology already kind of being the easy part. But we can certainly, as a new space agency, we can contribute to the global discourse on policy and add perspectives to how space is being utilized in various situations around the world. Or in our case, it's about data mobilization. And I can tell you a very quick story about us. Matching the data and computation requirements that we need when we prepare for typhoons, we have to mobilize satellite images to cover the swath of the typhoon, and that correlates with the size of the typhoon. So we used to measure typhoons by their impact, in terms of scale, or hurricane scale, or typhoon scale, but we can also measure them now in terms of the amount of data and computing that we can mobilize. And for a country, that speaks of capability and capacity. So this is a perspective that we'd like to bring, not just to our own government, but to the entire world in terms of mobilizing data and the capability that we must all collectively have and share and cooperate on to address such challenges. So, thank you.
Yeah, I think that from the perspective of smaller countries when it goes to space, for us the biggest challenge was, I think, because it's already understood, is to convince everyone, the public opinion, the decision makers, that space is really important and that we are globally dependent on space, which is not, which many people are not aware of that we are dependent on the navigation, telecommunication, and Earth observation, and the security, and so on. So we have put a huge effort over the last 10 years, which is the anniversary that we have joined ESA 10 years ago in November, and this is really important. So we are, for example, organizing trainings for local authorities in order to make them aware that they can use space-based data, Copernicus in first place, instead of sending aircrafts or sending people in the field, and then to manage their communities better. And also, I think that the security aspect now, it's really important.
I totally agree with all what my colleague mentioned, and also I can add to that basically we relied on the robust technology that was developed through the years by the leading countries in the space, as well as we benefited from them in building our capacity. In addition, they help us in reducing the technology cost. So without that, we would not be able to even establish a space agency and benefit from the space and to compete as well in the space and to benefit our nation from all these type of technologies, not just for the space sector, but also for other sectors, environmental and even in the scientific research and in academic, and all of those sectors should be also taken into consideration. There was a real debate in my country at the beginning why we should go to space. Right. So without having good models, role models, mentioning NASA, ESA, and other countries' initiatives, especially United Arab Emirates, our neighbor, it wasn't possible to gain the public support, as my colleague just mentioned.
That's a really interesting observation about selling it within the country to your general population as well as your policymakers and political leaders. On the flip side, I think that you've all shared some important ways that you've learned and benefited from the older or more well-capitalized space agencies. On the flip side, and I'm coming from the United States, but I'm not a representative of the United States, so please speak freely. Do you think that the bigger spacefaring nations and economies have set a good example with how they've used space, broadly speaking? And so this could take us in a lot of directions, from debris to sort of monopolization of key orbits to militarization of space assets. I mean, there's obviously not a categorical or right example here, but I'm just curious of some ways maybe, and we don't have to name names or anything, but some ways in which we could, with more countries becoming space nations, like ways that we might be able to more responsibly, safely, securely, sustainably use orbit. And anyone feel free to jump in.
I'll take a stab at answering that, trying to be diplomatic as well. For any nation state, serving the national interest is their priority. And depending on the history and when did the space program started, that kind of dictates the size of the space ecosystem or in each country. That said, it's still the same today. Every country is trying to serve their national interest. The good thing about the space sector, as you've heard and resonated, the idea that it's an inclusive and cooperative fora for everybody, there is a chance to do better. And you still can serve national interests at the same time. There are few things that we have to iron out from the previous discussions and panels and yesterday. We know there are big challenges to get there. But keeping the spirit of cooperation, keeping the spirit of inclusiveness, I think we'll get there eventually. Thank you.
Anyone feel free to speak to this, just jump in.
All right. I think, from the debate yesterday, it was drawing a kind of gloomy picture of how things could be developing in the wrong direction. I think one of the videos was quite expressive in that regard. I think it's important that in everything that is happening in these very large structures, formations, constellations, that the smaller nations not being cornered, that we lose access because everything is occupied in terms of simply the number of slots available in orbit and the number of frequencies that you can utilize. Again, I think it's a matter of organizing yourself, but it just shows how hard it is to regulate this in a proper fashion. I think it's hard to give a proper answer, but what we're seeing is that any time that these large initiatives become successful, the government starts to gain interest. You're seeing that on Starlink as an example. Immediately after the Ukrainian war started, the government and the intelligence start to get attention to it. And I think you sort of need to relate to that. And as you alluded to, your national interest has to play on bilaterals. I mean, obviously you would have to relate to this in one way or the other, but then having to make national priorities on what is important for your country.
Yeah, Ryan, let me just say something about that, which is some topic that this morning we were participating in this debate with space sustainability. And we cannot forget that since the 60s, the principle was first come, first serve, right? Yeah. And we transformed somehow the outer space in some kind of Far West. But this is a room for cooperation. I can give you some good examples. What we did in the North Atlantic some 15 years ago, we realized that there are a lot of oil spills in the North Atlantic. And there are, let's say, national waters, international waters. And how can we, let's say, tackle this problem in the international waters? And European Commission, and particularly with the European Maritime Safety Agency, together with the member states, we decide for a common program to monitoring the oil spills and make some kind of triangle: law enforcement, monitoring, and space agencies and space assets. In particular, we use Copernicus for that. You know what's happened? In the North Atlantic, and Norway and Portugal are quite involved as Atlantic nations, 15 years later, we have a clean North Atlantic because we, all together, we put in place some kind of collaborations to tackle this global problem. Now, in the European Commission and particularly in the European Maritime Safety Agency, we are trying to do the same for the South Atlantic. I think this is the principle that we can also apply to outer space, because It's a common, let's say, place, and we should show the sustainability also in a common cooperation. I think this is a good example that we should follow.
Well, how have established space agencies been setting an example? Well, certainly on the positive side, it's been truly inspirational. You know, like many young people now, because of the activities of these established space agencies, are looking to the skies and space with a spiked enthusiasm. So it's really inspiring. It's inspiring my fellow Filipinos and everybody. Perhaps on a not so positive side, you know, these activities are causing some kind of a new opportunism, wherein this lack of rules or consensus in terms of norms and behavior is contributing to, well, detrimentally to the sustainability of space. So therefore, in this regard, we participate in the global discourse. The Philippines has been trying to contribute its voice in the UN open-ended working group on reducing space threats and norms. We have worked with Germany to have a working paper wherein we enumerated what we consider as irresponsible behavior in outer space. And at the same time, we emphasize the principle of due regard. So it's really adding to this global conversation. That's how we can contribute to this burgeoning global economy in space.
Yeah, well, I think that always when we talk about smaller actors in space compared to the big ones, we always have the question whether we are in the corner or not. And I think that space itself, the space sector, is changing. It's a new one. So it's not that, well, my perception is that we don't have well-established players and the new ones, because these well-established have to change as well. The space is becoming more and more a commercial field. All the discussion we now have about moon and the use of resources, on the utilization of resources, it goes back to all the treaties we have that don't answer these questions. And also, all the new space community, the commercial utilization of space is becoming more and more important, and it is also the opportunity for smaller countries. So, for us, the challenge is, in terms of classical, let's say, space, the Earth observation, navigation, telecommunication, we more or less, based on the good example of the established players, we more or less know how to proceed. But with the space exploration or with the big undertakings, this is a challenge, how to become a part of these great and not commercially clear opportunities.
In my opinion, we have to appreciate all the initiatives and all the facts that the advanced nations in space, they set for us the fundamentals, and also they provide us with the guidelines on how to get emerged into space. But also we have to admit that there was few mistakes got accumulated with time, and I think it's the time now for us to work together in order to find solutions that is applicable and to ensure that space is with access to all.
So one thing I want to hit on is I've heard many of you reference the private sector and industry, and as well as your national university systems and academia. I know many of you have come from one or the other. What is it like working alongside of them and helping support them? I would imagine that there are a lot of areas for collaboration, but in some senses, as you want to develop your own national space industries, that might be one kind of avenue for a little bit more friendly competition.
I think that, again, it's a matter of cooperation and playing with open books, drawing on each other's experience. What we're seeing on our side is that we do have a challenge on the competitiveness of our industry, and we need to see how to position ourselves. And one way of doing this, and the way we are doing this, is we're doing now, first of all, a comparative study, looking at the national strategies of other nations that are similar to the ambitions that we have in Europe in particular. If you read these strategies, you would see that any nation will build on creating services on the need of society and building technology and sustainable workplaces. But there are other things also that come into play now with national security issues and so forth. The other thing is looking into the numbers. What is the position of your industry in terms of KPIs and financial metrics? How are they actually performing in this market? Because if you're looking at this from a home market perspective, you're establishing your national or domestic space industry and space capacities in order to serve national needs, but then you are doing this also that your industry will become competitive to go in the outside market. And once you've done the first two, doing a strategic positioning analysis, and then you're looking at the KPI, your economic metrics, that's when we are, you need to look at what is the long-term strategy for putting this together. And I think that if you compare notes, talk to other nations, what are you doing? What's your ambition? Then you can get a different perspective, and there are many angles to how you want to do this.
I completely agree with my colleague. One other factor is to be healthy in just stopping, having a holistic view, review your processes, your governing documents, and see what's wrong and try to fix it. I do applaud many of the regional countries that have done that so far. We've seen that in Saudi Arabia. We've seen that with our friends in India. They saw opportunities for the betterment of the ecosystem for the space industry, and they take that change. This is what we are expecting as well. We're trying to be progressive in that, and we do a review on all of our policies, even our law itself. We don't hesitate to take this step and have a stop to review and have a better new sets of policies and regulations.
Yeah, well, for Poland is that we believe that the scientific community is very important. It was a cornerstone for the industry development 10 years ago. We didn't have any industrial staff, engineers, or anyone, but the scientists had more than 40 years experience in developing scientific instruments for space. So they became actually the pool to get experienced people to get the knowledge necessary to start working in space. And what we cherish now is that these scientists, they have this freedom of thinking, of developing, of realizing their dreams. And this is very important to have also this aspect of space, not only economy, not only the usefulness for society, but also this freedom of mind that can lead to something unbelievable.
Well, working with universities, universities are the seedbed, aren't they? They create all these ideas. So in PhilSA, in the Philippine Space Agency, we work with universities by being in the university. We actually are literally in the university. We have offices in the premier university in the country, and we hope that we could set up shop also in other universities in the country. In this regard, we connect universities to other universities across the globe, and we're especially proud and happy of the agreement that we signed with the UAE Space Agency yesterday in terms of promoting further exchange of students, faculty members, researchers across our countries. Now, as far as industry is concerned, in the Philippines, there is some hand-holding that we're doing. There are what we call space-adjacent companies, and we try to handhold them across this chasm. You say, if you are building that component for a mobile phone, then if you do this test, and you do this test, then it could be space qualified. So that is the current status in the Philippines. Semiconductor and electronics are one of our main exports, and we're trying to bridge that chasm wherein they can compete as well and provide valuable services to the world coming from the country.
So in Bahrain, we work very closely with the Higher Education Council as well as with the universities in order to work in the development of the curriculum for especially the engineering and the IT side. In addition, we have joint research with the universities as well as a joint project, and all of that sponsored by the National Space Science Agency. And most of those projects find their ways either through publication or to be implemented by one of the government entities. And we sorted out many of the nation problems and because of this kind of collaboration with the universities, because there is a big trust in the universities and the universities' efforts in helping the nation finding solutions for critical problems.
In the spirit of paying it forward, I think that there are a lot of examples that we've discussed today about how, 1 + 1 can equal 3, and the ways that you can go a lot farther by working together. Paying it forward, what advice or best practices might you pass along to colleagues in Africa or South America who are just starting up space agencies or maybe doing so over the course of the next decade? I know we spoke about this a little bit backstage. We're going to have to be brief because we've got about 80 seconds, but if anyone wants to take a crack.
In 2 words, I would say cooperation and inclusiveness, sharing of lesson learned and knowledge is the way to go.
And also being realistic, what you can actually achieve. Yeah. I mean, setting some boundary conditions so you don't try to fathom everything.
Yeah. Well, we need to join our efforts to fight these threats that we are facing. This is our own existence as a species. This is really a biodiversity crisis because we are triggers. All the triggers that we are, let's provoke a reaction that can put ourselves in a trouble. And I think we need to use space exactly to try to link and connect nations toward the same goal. And also in the space sustainability. I think this is the moment that we are really think that probably we are provoking to ourselves some kind of cosmic lockdown if we are not do nothing.
Well, I think there's a lot to chew on and think about today, but everyone please join me in thanking our speakers today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ryan, thank you, and thank you to your panelists, and thank you for your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break now for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m. promptly to commence the afternoon sessions. Thank you.
Test. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Perfect.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had the opportunity to enjoy your lunch, do a little bit of networking, and meet some new friends. We have an incredible session for you this afternoon, so I'm very pleased you could join us once more in this auditorium. Well, yesterday, we heard Her Excellency Sarah Al-Amiri talk about why there is no doubt we are standing at the dawn of a new space era. In fact, the space economy as a whole was worth close to $470 billion last year. More than 1,000 spacecraft were launched into outer space in the first 6 months of this year. New technologies are helping to lower the costs and leading to more capabilities, I guess creating the new space renaissance of sorts. But with so much innovation out there, how do we ensure that we are choosing what is most appropriate? What are the policies that are needed to put in place in order to best support this innovation? And what is the technology that is going to revolutionize our sector as we know it? Well, we have an incredible panel for you this afternoon talking about that and a lot more.
Yes, Katie, exactly. This is why we're joined today to discuss this topic by Jonathan Hung, who is the Executive Chairman at the Singaporean Science and Technology Association, Rolf Densing, Director of Operations at the European Space Agency, Simonetta Di Pippo, Director at the Space Economy Evolution Lab, and Professor of Space Economy at the SDA Bocconi School of Management. Dr. Ray Johnson, CEO of the Technology Innovation Institute, and Karen Shahar, Senior Deputy Legal Advisor at the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
And we're delighted this panel is also going to be moderated by Neil Morissetti, the Vice Dean of the Department of Science, Technology, Engineering and Public Policy at the University College London. Let's give our panel a very warm welcome.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for this panel. I'm delighted we're here to talk about the opportunities. Yesterday we talked about some of the what's going on, some of the challenges we've faced. Today we started to learn about the potential for the future, but this panel is about setting the conditions to make sure we get it right and we can exploit those opportunities for the benefit of all. We're going to look at it in 3 phases. One is about the policies we need. What have we got today? Where are the gaps? What do we need to do to improve it? And then we're going to move on to what's the ideal environment? What's the best environment for achieving innovation? What generates it to its best ability? And then I'm going to ask at the end the panel to get their crystal ball out and tell us what we're going to see in the way of innovation in the next 15 to 20 years. And I very much hope, certainly towards the end, that those of you in the audience who've got some ideas will join us. The microphones are around, I know. I've seen them there this morning. And we look forward to your thoughts as well. So if I could start then on the policy environment. And Rolf, I wonder if I could ask you, if you could talk about, what is that policy environment for innovation today? Where do you see gaps? And where do you think we need to move forward and what the areas to focus on?
Well, of course, we all know the Outer Space Treaty of 1967. This was a time when there were about 5 satellites or so in space. And in terms of going to space, this was medieval times. So the picture has fundamentally changed until today. However, this space treaty is very much based upon equal treatment of everybody, non-discrimination, and fairness. So since those 5 satellites in 1967, the picture has changed. Today, we have more than 8,000 satellites in space. And the way things are going, before we know it, there will be tens of thousands of satellites in space due to the proliferation of mega constellations. And when now we consider that low Earth orbit is a finite resource, and also when we consider that we don't want to do collision avoidance maneuvers day in, day out, and when we consider that we want to leave some space behind for our children, then I believe we need regulation rather sooner than later. So you asked about the policy environment. What we also have is the IADC guidelines for mitigation of space debris. But this is all based about best effort and voluntary action. And so, in fact, in low Earth orbit, way less than 50% of operators are complying with the 25-year rules of the IADC. And yet there's talk about FCC announced that they want to go down to 5 years. So then you asked what are gaps? I guess gaps are enforcement. It's all best effort. The environment is changing dramatically, and due to that there are opportunities for commercial business. For example, alone the close proximity of satellites, relatively close I must say, in low Earth orbit increases the need to better know orbits of the satellites, and this sparks an entirely new market. There are the companies like LeoSpace of the US, Neuraspace, Portugal-based, and nowadays everywhere in Europe, Vioma. And I'm proud to say that many of the founders of these companies are former colleagues of mine. So there are business and innovation opportunities, but I believe we also have a need for regulation.
Thank you. Simonetta, would you like to add anything on that side of the policy piece, you know, the framework, what's missing, what we need to bring in?
Well, how can I say? We're missing a lot and we have a lot. So in reality, what is happening is that, and this is in a way stating the obvious that everyone knows, the fact is that in the last few years, we have been witnessing an increasing number of satellites launched. And every year we double the number of satellites. Yes, mega constellations, but it's also the fact that space is becoming more and more democratic. We have more and more new players into the field, both private and governmental. I always say that now we count more or less 90 countries which had the possibility to have at least one satellite in orbit. And this was not the case just a few years ago. So the more we are open and inclusive, the more space is becoming, let's say, a critical asset for a socioeconomic sustainable development in most countries, in all the countries in the world. And the more space is an accelerator for also reaching the 17 SDGs, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the more we will have orbits congested and also contested at a certain point in time. Well, so in reality, we have already some, let's say, some signs in the good direction, meaning, you know, the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space approving the long-term sustainability guidelines, the fact that the number of member states in the committee is increasing. As you know, with my previous hat as director of the Office for Outer Space Affairs, we have been able in just a few years to increase by more than 30% the number of member states, which is a clear political signal that really member states see space as an important political tool, but also, let's say, they want to be at the same table with the others and find, ways for cooperating in space, which is also good. So it's a sort of a tool for space diplomacy. But at the same time, I believe we need a global governance regime. We need to find a way of establishing the rules of the road. And one of the key issues is today space traffic coordination was mentioned several times this morning and also yesterday. But it's not as easy as it may sound, because there are a lot of, let's say, details that have to be, details quote and unquote, that have to be sorted out. I believe that the UN is the right place to do so, but I also strongly in favor of involving all the main stakeholders, in particular the private sector, but not only, the civil society and also the academic world, because in reality all the voices have to be heard, and we have to find a way of really try to do the best, so what I always call the best bad option. So try to find the best compromise, considering that, I mean, everyone around the table may have different needs and requirements. So overall, we are on the right track, but it's a long way to go.
Thank you to both of you. We know from the climate change negotiations and the Convention on Law of the Sea that getting the UN to work on these issues at times and getting all nations to agree is very challenging. I wonder if there's any thoughts about on a regional approach. Karen, do you have any thoughts from this part of the world? Is there any benefit in the regional aspects on this? Yeah.
So first, I would like to comment on our two previous speakers. It is very important, the international norms and standards and the multilateral fora, but I think that one of the uniqueness of the space field is the strong and unavoidable connection between national policy and international norms. So I think we should work on both levels. I mean, there is industry innovation needs predictability. Predictability is achieved by national regulation as well as international norms, which are completely connected in the space field. More than that, I mean, another thing that I wanted to comment is that the policymakers, national policymakers, should be aware of the diversification that the industry, that the space industry have gone through. And there are many kinds of space industry, like startups, MSEs, and besides the large corporates. And so the policy makers should decide, I mean, design the policy accordingly, and the states should, I mean, in multilateral fora, the states should design the norms accordingly. Thinking of the industry, of the science, and innovation, I mean, innovation-wise, the industry, the science, the academia, and the international cooperation, all those aspects.
Thank you. Jonathan, Ray, do you want to add anything on policy?
So maybe, Neil, just to add on from, and taking cue from my colleagues, if you look at climate change, and maybe in our region here in Asia Pacific, we look at disaster management or crisis management, leveraging on satellite technology, to plug all these gaps. Today, there's a lot of interest in doing predictive analysis in response. So on the policy piece, I mean, space agencies and space organizations tend to typically be part of the larger government architecture and framework, right? So I feel that a lot of space agency efforts, or at least their policy angles, should somehow be interlocuted and integrated with other adjacent agencies, right? And I think that will enable them to be more focused, also be able to catch a larger field of view. Right? Because again, if you just look at crisis management or response, it tends to be very first of all, multilateral. You cover a lot of regions. Everybody has different needs and requirements. Satellite being just one piece, right? So that can align policies better, and then you can also then bring in active innovation to support this, which then drives, whether it's young companies, and my colleagues have mentioned some startups, all the way to the larger OEMs, and we run open innovation programs that bring together companies from all over the world, and they solve issues in disaster response within a wider ASEAN framework, for example, right? And this keeps going. You align with countries' goals for long-term societal benefit. To some degree, it's a long-term game, right? But at the same time, you have a lot of economic building blocks as you build up the technological capabilities.
Yeah, I think this point about the fact that policy making no longer sits in one area, and now we need to look cross-disciplinary, across both all government departments, but elsewhere, it is key, and space is no exception to that. So, Ray, can I ask, what does good look like if you're an innovator? What's that good environment in which you can get on and test everything, push the boundaries, and surprise us all?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak on the panel today. When we speak of innovation, I think it's important to get the definitions right, and in particular, separate invention from innovation. Invention is the creation of the idea, and innovation is the application of the idea to products and services. So we're really talking about the transition of the idea into things that matter. And I think that the elements there really start with talent. And so attracting the right talent, having access to universities that can create that talent, having an environment, an ecosystem, if you will, that attracts that talent is very important. Another focus area, because innovation relies on commercialization, another area to focus on is applied research and development. And I'll talk in a moment about the technology readiness levels, but by focusing on applications, by focusing on use cases, it makes to the researchers and to the people who are involved in commercialization, it makes it very clear as to what they're going to do. There is certainly a place for basic research, but using my definitions, basic research is more likely to create inventions rather than innovations. Focused development is going to be those things that are focused on use cases. Another area that's very important, and certainly the UAE does a fantastic job here, and that is the commitment of the leadership to a long-term commitment and to providing the resources that are necessary. In many countries, to include the United States, the resources may be voted on every year. You're not sure whether they're going to be there next year. And I think because the UAE is committed to innovation through organizations like the Advanced Technology Research Council and Technology Innovation Institute, they've committed to innovation as a key economic enabler to help transform the economy to a knowledge-based economy, recognizing the importance of that. Another thing that people talk about is failing early, and my view on that is fail early, but not too often. I think you can fail early, and you should identify where the problems are and try to correct them quickly, but also have a plan that doesn't create failures all the time. Diversity. Diverse teams always outperform non-diverse teams, period. And in TII, you may have heard the statistics yesterday during the ATRC presentation. In TII, we have, I think today, 580 people and 71 nationalities. And 71 nationalities minus the UAE nationals, who we have 140 of, then that tells you that it's even a smaller number of people representing 70 nationalities. And so it's a clearinghouse of diversity. The last thing I'll say is that I was going to mention TRL, so two things. The first one is TRL. So technology readiness levels go from 1 to 9. And you can think of the early stages, 1, 2, 3, kind of the basic research. And so this is the role of academia, industry, and government. Where do the three play together? And on a TRL scale, you can think about it. In the early days, academia plays an important role. In the Technology Innovation Institute, we focus in areas 2 through 5. So our goal is to create a proof of concept focused on a use case that provides a solution, and then to find a commercialization partner to take it from 5 to 9 to deliver that product. And so I think that's important. And the last comment would be that innovation has played a key. It's not like we haven't had innovations in space. We've had innovations in space for many decades. In fact, if you look at the Apollo program, there were so many things that were first of a kind, to include the Saturn V rocket, never flown before. There were so many things that were innovations, but they were in a controlled environment and maybe not recognized in the same way that the innovations are today. SpaceX certainly provided innovations. They also had a few $1 billion of government support to get them going along the way. And so this is, again, that role of government to fund these high-risk, high-payoff things, but clearly with Space 2.0, whatever new space, whatever we want to call it, there are clear opportunities for enhanced innovation, but we need to do the things that are necessary. The last comment, I'm just going to take us back to one comment on the previous question, and that is risk. People who make investments care about stability. They also care about risk. And so when I think about launching satellites into space, or we heard yesterday, I think George mentioned that there are two constants, commerce and war, right? And so commerce and war have been around for a long time. And if you think about the seas, the open oceans of 300 years ago or 400 years ago, we were worried about what I'll call freedom of navigation, right? And so there were countries around the world. The UK did this for a long time. I think the US has played that role for a number of decades. How do we guarantee freedom of navigation so that pirates or other issues don't come into play? I think that's something to worry about. The risk associated with a community that maybe isn't ready to step up to freedom of navigation will, I think, limit the number of people who are willing to make investments based on that risk.
So are you saying the risk appetite is too low, or?
Sorry, say it again.
Are you saying the risk appetite needs to be? Are you saying the risk appetite needs to be increased?
I'm saying that there could be a perception that because there isn't a guaranteed freedom of navigation, therefore, all the questions we heard yesterday during the first two panels, without that risk mitigation, there may be some concerns about making investments, especially, that some of the new companies are VC-backed, so there may have some questions as to whether or not the hockey stick curve could actually be achieved.
Yeah, so we need an unclause equivalent for
yes, and this goes back to the regulations and the role of governments.
Yeah. And we also need the willingness to enforce it and the method to enforce it as well.
Correct.
With the challenge that comes with
I would like to agree
Please
with
do,
you.
Karen. Yeah.
On the risk, on the fear from risk. My government identified it back in the 90s as a vulnerability point in investing in innovation. So the Israeli government had many programs for sharing risks with investors, innovators, even at the level of incubation. So there are some programs in which the government finances 85% of a project. If it meets the criteria, it has defined. And I would like to maybe, speaking about innovation, to give a bit a glimpse on the Israeli experience on how to build a culture of innovation. So Israel is a small country in size and in population. And those two characteristics, together with the, I would say, politely, informal, straightforward cultural approach and a little bit of chutzpah, advances close networking between stakeholders in Israel. And it enables, it creates a fertile soil for solving problems or complex problems, questions, by thinking out of the box. So these characteristics are unique for Israel, but yet the Israeli government took some steps to take the Israeli culture, the Israeli industry towards a direction of innovation. For example, first of all, naturally, it took a decision to go towards innovation. It allocated the resources. Allocation of appropriate resources is, of course, very important. Secondly, or thirdly, it identified the vulnerable points. As I mentioned, the risk, the fear from risk was one major vulnerable point, and it addressed it, as I mentioned before, by sharing risks. Then it created opportunities, meaning creating fora and infrastructure for all stakeholders to meet, formally and informally. We have a program which is called the Israeli Innovation Communities. It is led by our Ministry of Economy. And those innovation communities are a place in which demand meets supply, in which all stakeholders meet, again, formally and informally. Sometimes it's in a social meeting in a bar, and sometimes it's in a lecture or a conference, and they work together. They include people from the government, regulators, industry, academia, every stakeholder that has something to do with that specific issue, in this case, space. So these communities are a place in which the industry takes the innovation forward. It enables taking innovation forward. Then after creating opportunities, it is, of course, very important to set a national plan and clear priorities so that everyone, the industry, the government, the academia, know exactly where are we going to, what are the priorities of the government. So that's from our experience. Of course, there are many other steps that states could take to enhance innovation, but it kind of worked for us.
If I could just make one comment, I think there are many corollaries and parallels between Israel's very successful startup nation concept and the things that you've done and the commitment of the resources, the commitment of the leadership, the talent generation, et cetera, the universities, of course, the research universities, the global in nature. There is a close, and also the size of the country and the population of the country, there's a close parallel actually to the UAE as well. And so I think there are many areas where the two countries can work together as they already are, but it seems like a lot of the attributes are already there. And I'd even include Singapore as well, as a small country that's demonstrated a lot of, I'm surrounded by these countries here, that also has shown a lot of innovation as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Rolf, what's the European perspective?
I could offer a different angle of looking at risk. Again, coming back to space sustainability. So, as there are more and more objects in space, it's multiplying. It has already multiplied over the recent years. There's an increasing risk of collision, of course, and different kind of risk, but this we need to deal with. And this sparks innovation as well. In the old days, we were watching out, satellite coming at us, so do we do a collision avoidance maneuver or not? This you cannot handle anymore manually today. So it needs automation in collision avoidance and artificial intelligence. So completely different business that we need to deal with. Again, an example in space sustainability. I think we need more ecologic and economic ways of dealing with the clogging of valuable orbits around us. We need to arrive to we need to come to a circular economy in space, say by developing technologies like in-orbit servicing or active debris removal. So I learned this morning in the sustainability panel under Simonetta's lead that all the technologies that are there for active debris removal. What it needs now is to get the business case done. And I believe in order to get the business case done, it's not only the pioneering technology, it's getting it down in price so that it will in fact be used and it will create a market. And one last word, when it comes to removal, debris, collision avoidance and everything, their insurance companies may have a role to play there as well.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, I think. Simonetta, is there anything you'd like to add?
Well, just few keywords. Again, I mean, I don't want to state the obvious, but for sure, if we want to develop commercial safe space, well, we need safety, security, and sustainability of outer space environment. That's, I mean, again, keywords. But the point is that we need really to embrace the concept that whatever a single player in the space arena does in space has an impact on all the others. So the fact that you have 98% of governments or the private players doing things properly, it doesn't mean that you have covered all the areas of risks, which means that one of the main things we should focus on is capacity building and increasing awareness of what may happen. This is quite a collective effort, in my opinion. There are several entities, in particular the UN, but not only, which are devoted to do so. But really international cooperation may help a lot, because the more you bring countries and new players, you elevate the level of engagement, the better is. So the more you do that, the better is. And this can only be a collective effort at government and private level. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Yeah, thank you. Jonathan, anything?
I think ultimately, when we want to see innovation successfully integrated into many countries' roadmap, there must be at least some measure of ROI. So I fully agree with my colleagues that you must have a structured policy that is aligned. But at the same time, when you talk about risk, and coming back to that, to de-risk, time, innovation, development time, it takes a while. Yeah, and I know we've all heard this before. You're going to bring space sometimes back to Earth, and perhaps one way to de-risk it as well is to allow adjacent industries to also embrace satellite technologies, downstream applications, which is really at the crux of, you see a lot of the startups and young innovators, trying very hard to access to space. Of course, is still a must. You must have free access to space. But there's certainly a lot as well at the downstream stack, data analytics, where you can proliferate space technologies to various industries that need it, urban planning, the geospatial, the navigation, there's many things. And I think educating the core industries today, or hard coding space on satellite needs within their frameworks, is one way to ensure that, there is a clear roadmap for them in the long run. Number two, you have an economic booster for them as well, right? So you can take it to the next step, which they need, because we all also know space is quite an expensive venture, depending, of course, what you do and how far you want to go. So you certainly want to bring and aggregate, other adjacent sectors together, right? Whether they're from the enterprise computing sector, they could be from agri-tech, we do a lot of space life sciences, for example, and there's many spin-offs in those areas, right? And to some degree, those are already covered, but maybe we want to try and bring some of that more to the forefront, right? And that kind of innovation probably is also more well understood, easily absorbed, and you could deploy these capabilities faster, right, in the long run. And they can apply then to the longer gestation missions and other various space capabilities that nations are trying to build.
Thank you. Before I ask the panel to put their thinking caps on and look to the future, are there any thoughts from the auditorium on what we've heard so far, as in the sense of the policy making or the policy environment, or what a good environment for innovation looks like? Any comments, any questions? In which case?
Yeah. Yeah. Is it there?
Have we got one?
Yeah, we got.
Yeah, please.
Hi, my name is Samira. I know we are discussing since yesterday quite a lot on space world. I think in today's case, maybe we can just come together, all the countries who are dealing with space, we come together as one group. So, and then we set the laws, the security, the regulations and everything, and we stick to that. And at the same time, I think we can also share the informations and lesson learns from the past experiences with which all the countries could benefit and then it will be like one world, space world. So it won't be like what we are having now on Earth. We are having boundaries, we are having wars, we are having, a lot of trouble around. So we can just build like a space world by coming all together, and I think putting them together. That's what I feel.
Thank you. Any thoughts? Any?
I understand this is the call for a World Space Agency. And this is a common thought among younger people. If you look at, according questionnaires, a lot of younger people advocate a World Space Agency. So that's a valid proposal, I would say. For the time being, I believe we need to put up with the UN, which Simonetta knows really well. And unfortunately, innovation cycle, legislation cycles through the UN take a long time. And usually you have to settle on the lowest common denominator. So sorry about the reality check.
Yeah, I guess my comment would be, I agree completely with you that would be a great environment. I think what it would rely on is people doing things for the common good. And you might think that because the 99% or the 98% do the right thing and the 2% do the wrong thing affects everyone, including themselves, you might think that would be self-policing. But I go back to the ocean analogy. Right now, we don't have, in the ocean analogy, I think there are laws of the sea. There are rules. There are actually punishments that can be put in place for people who violate those laws. Those same kind of rules don't exist in space today. And so I think that you could encourage call it the 98%. You could encourage the 98% to do the right thing for the common good. I think we also have to have a way of controlling and policing, if you will, the 2% who don't do, because the militarization of space, the dual use of space, I mean, it's clear that there are nation-state advantages and nation-state requirements and nation-state opportunities that are going to keep people from always doing what is in the common good. They can do in the common good 98% of the time or most of the time, even though they're taking care of their own needs, they can still protect the commons, right? So I think that's what we need to focus on. Even though you're doing your thing, you need to do it in a way that protects the commons.
I think that first, I think it's a very good idea, and I wish, inshallah, that would be possible. However, I think we might start from education, and I think this panel cannot go through without mentioning education, innovation, education. So I think that states are able to cooperate widely in education to innovation, and I think that's one of the important elements of preparing the innovation of the future is educating the younger children, younger generations. So, for example, we had two missions. One was Bereshit, which had very strong educational elements, and the second was Rakia, which Eitan Steve is with us today here, sitting here in the room. So we had an Israeli in the ISS, in the International Space Station, and Eitan did many scientific missions with children and with children around the world. So I think we should inspire together the younger generation of all of us, of all the states.
Yeah, I think what I've seen here is just that happening. Simonetta, very briefly.
Yeah, just two quick comments. The first one is that I believe that a venue like this one, I mean, this space debate, is really going in the right direction because it puts together so many different standpoints, which is exactly what we need to build a collective understanding of what we need to do. So first of all, I wanted to underline this because I hope that this will continue, that we will be continuously engaged in this process. But the second point is that the more we increase awareness, and education is for sure part of that, but it's also capacity building, trying to bring developing and emerging countries at the table. This is extremely important because it must be a common understanding that if we want to save space for future generations, we do need to do it all together. And we cannot put aside just a small percentage, we say it's a small percentage of the 8 billion that we are in the world, because, we can decide, the main spacefaring countries what to do. It doesn't work. We need to have everyone at the same table and trying to have a common understanding how to save space for future generations.
Thank you. Last 2 minutes, panel. You've got about 20 seconds, 30 seconds each. Let your minds run riot. And picking up on Ray's point, this is innovation, not invention. What's going to come out in the next 15, 20 years? Jonathan, you're first.
Well, I just want to pick up on the last point. I don't have the crystal ball, and that's the $1 million question here. But the talent today shapes tomorrow. So to your point, I think the biggest innovation I think we're going to see is going to stem from all of this young talent today. Right? It's going to be a very, very connected economy, a very connected world. Not just here, but if you crystal ball into the future. Okay, I use this, yeah. So, yes, right. So I think today we really want to make sure that our talent pool is connected, right? And I think in that space, that is the innovation actually in space, right? In the past, we have looked at a lot of heritage capabilities. Of course, through digitalization, we have come together and the world is truly a smaller place, right? And we will see a lot of things accelerate through these uniform groups, and we should pay a lot more attention to these. I won't call them movements, but lack of better word, a lot of the youth has come together collectively, and maybe from my microscopic lens, I'm very happy to say that they have the right ingredients to take us forward. So lots of innovation. I can't tell you what it is, but the youth is our future.
Thank you. Ray.
Yeah, the estimates for the global space economy are to be $1 trillion by 2030 and $10 trillion by 2050. So there are huge economic opportunities here. I think that there is a great opportunity with events like this. It was a very good point for countries around the world to participate in this process, and I think the UAE, under the leadership and commitment, is in a good position to do that. I also think that it's going to require some global leadership and cooperation in order to enable that to happen.
Thank you. Karen?
So, being a lawyer, I will refer to regulation and policy. I think policies and regulations should be facilitative, should promote innovation while balancing that with the need to have norms and to apply to international obligations and national standards. And I think policymakers should take more into consideration innovation aspects when they design policies and regulation.
Thank you.
Given the level of ambition, determination, financial means that we see around here, I guess in 10 years from now, Arabic countries will be among the leaders of spacefaring nations, and having different cultures in the circle by itself will spark innovation. When it comes to space operations and an ever tighter orbital environment, I would hope that in 10 years from now, everything would be automated. We would see a great level of artificial intelligence in space operations. And I hope in 10 years from now, we will be at a level where air traffic management is today.
Thank you very much. And Simonetta, the last word is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Briefly, I would say that we should probably change a little bit our mindset and think about some low-hanging fruits that we may have using space more and more to tackle the climate crisis, which is something that humanity is facing. And so we can take here an advantage of COP28 here in the country next year to try to put space at the center of the scientific debate related to the climate crisis. And this is something that I would really urge everyone to think about.
And that certainly gets my vote, and it's a great setup for the last panel. Run out of time, I'm going to get into trouble for that, but can I ask you all to join me in thanking my panel for a really excellent session? Yeah.
Something.
A very big thank you to Neil and his panelists for those insightful discussions. Well, our next panel we're going to be welcoming on stage is going to be looking at the question of shared infrastructure. They're going to be asking whether we can truly operate together across boundaries. Our panel is going to be discussing whether a shared infrastructure would mean that some nations need to step back and potentially lose some of their national power in order to prioritise the greater good. Now, our panel says a shared infrastructure is possible, but it won't be easy, because whilst many countries may agree on the big ideas, actually being able to implement them, being able to turn those words into action is something very different. And our panel says that the buy-in of the public and private sector in order to make this possible is more important than ever before in order to ensure global best practices. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are very pleased to welcome our moderator on the stage for this panel. He is Matthew Cochrane, the chairman and founder of the Defence Services Marketing Council.
Matthew is joined by Herman Moller, Director of the European Affairs at the Space Policy Institute, and Thomas Ritter, Interagency Coordinator and Advisor to the Director General of the European Space Agency.
We're also delighted to welcome Pilar Acevedo, the Executive Director of the Colombian Space Agency. We're also welcoming Dr. Erica, Senior Director of Emerging Market Development at Blue Origin, as well as Dr. Ian Steemans of the Future Analysis and Policy Unit at the Department of Science, Technology, Engineering and Public Policy at the University College London. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give them a very warm welcome.
Please welcome on stage.
Good afternoon, salam alaikum. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to welcome you to the Abu Dhabi Space Debates panel on the shared global infrastructure question rather than individual sovereignties. We're excited to be with you today, and we'd very much like to thank the Space Agency and all the contributing members to making this Abu Dhabi Space Debate inaugural meeting possible. Today we have a very distinguished panel, and they've been introduced by the moderator right before me, so we'd like to jump right into it. Before we start with some opening statements, we'd like to just cover some of the panel topics. The topics today are going to be guide rails. We hope to use them to draw out more information about some of the things that we've already talked about yesterday and today, and we'll look at following up with each of you after this panel, and we encourage you to contact the panelists about each of these subjects and more subjects that come out after this panel. So, the big topics we're challenging today. How do we control the mega constellation space race? How can we build a shared space infrastructure? Is there a common understanding of the scale and the scope of the risk space faces from uncontrolled constellations? What can we learn from global telecommunications? And are we building a backbone or another World Wide Web type of infrastructure? And will there be an international regulatory body for space data? Big questions, and we're going to start to break those down into smaller bites. Ina, Dr. Ina Steemans, if I can start with you, can you share a little bit with the audience before we jump into the questions about what you hope they're going to take home today?
Thank you, Matthew. One of my provocations for all of us here is that the idea of shared space infrastructure is not only attractive, it has feasibility. But I would argue that shared space infrastructure doesn't need shared interests. And so this is perhaps somewhat surprising, but rather than aim for shared interests in everyone, these diverse groups of commerce, engineers, regulators, space agencies to all have the exact same agenda, to switch from thinking about shared interests to aligned interests. And so what that means is really recognizing that we can all have different agendas, motivations, incentives, but to understand how they align and how they set not a volume of activity, but a direction of activity. Where is this taking us in the long term? That is actually critical to understanding how we work together. So if that's the problem statement, it then comes into process, which means that to make this visible, to make an alignment of interests viable, something that we can do and know how to do, for that, we actually need to do a bit more work on making visible what actually are different types of knowledge, data, perspectives to bring into our analysis, and to spend more time on actually thinking about ways of sharing that that can add value to the process. And I have some examples, but perhaps I'll bring those in as we go through.
Thank you very much. And as you talk about process, let me turn Pilar Zamora Acevedo, the Executive Director at Colombian Space Agency. You also bring another perspective about community. Can you share with us a little bit about that?
Yes, I think that now we are in a different time. I think that in the 60s was the time to be the first. To be the first that launch satellites, that discover or go to the moon, to be the first. And I think that now it's the time to be in community. To be in community because today we listen that we have in all planet 5,000 or 8,000 of satellites, and that it's great. I think that it's great that we can have a great infrastructure. But we need to use all this data. I think that, for example, in the Latin America case, in the developing countries or emerging communities, we just have 85 of all these 5,000 satellites in infrastructure. So this participation, it's not egalitarian. No, I think that if we really start to think different, we can think that we have just one planet. We need to preserve that. We need to use all data. I think that it's enough data for sure, and it's enough infrastructure to do or to give connectivity. For example, in Colombian case, we just have We have 50 million people, and 25 million has internet. So with 8,000 satellites, this is amazing that happened in 2022. So my point about that is that we need to think different. We need to think that we can open the resources, open and share infrastructure, and to think that together we can be better. No? And if this is real, we can think that the sustainability is not just for rentability, it's for social too, for social impact, and I think that it's the moment to be.
Thank you very much for that, and we're going to dig into that South American perspective also during the questions, and I think bringing that to a global perspective is important. Ludwig Müller, Director of European Space Policy Institute, we had a chance to discuss a little bit over dinner last night. These are big, challenging guide rails of questions when we talk about shared global infrastructure rather than individual sovereignties. I know in the green room we talked about, is it rather or is it do we share? What are some of your opening thoughts on that?
Indeed. To give the short answer to your point, I believe it is something that is not exclusive. You can share and you can have national sovereignty. So it is to be yourself and share in a bigger context. I think what unites our endeavor is also that in everything we will be doing in sharing and building infrastructures, it is really the play between the public and the private. It has been said many times here already, and that applies to the two aspects of it, to the opportunity, which it is, commercially and for society, and it applies to how we deal with the risk. And just to mention a point on the opportunity, we had a very nice introduction by Our Excellency Sarah Al-Amiri, and she said the CubeSats are the PCs of today. And I would add, what happened after the PCs was the internet. And the internet society started in the early 90s, and you could argue today we are at a point in time where really what is happening in space is the beginning of the true internet age of space. And that answers another point you made, whether we are talking about a backbone rather than a web. And I think we are at more than we see today, I believe we are at a new age, also commercially. Again, in this, like in the internet, same paradigm, you have your own assets. You can have and develop your own infrastructures, services, data sources, applications, and you can put them in a federation with like-minded partners. And when it comes to the risk, how you handle the risk, there is a governmental task that is regulation and legislation. And next to it, important, and it has also been mentioned, there is a responsibility of the private sector, that is standardization, that is best practice. And I would argue the energy between these two lines, the governmental policy, public side, and the private commercial side, the energy between these two, the interaction, is needed to also address the risk that comes with the opportunity.
And we do want to get back into that proliferation of the PC and the internet. You bring up a really good point, because when we look at the language of the World Wide Web, this is something that everyone had to learn very quickly, the zeros and ones behind this interconnectivity globally on planet. And there's a lot of similarities to what we're going to have to do now. Dr. Thomas Reiter, former interagency coordinator and advisor to Director General of European Space. Pleasure to have you on board today, sir. Can you share with us a little bit about the takeaways from your experience? And I know that since we talked earlier, you've sort of said, I'm listening to what people and the other panelists and the other speakers are saying today, and you're almost not changing, but you're adapting, I think, some of what you felt before you got to the space debate. So that's an interesting perspective.
Yes, thank you very much, Matthew. Actually, what Pilar has just mentioned, that drove me to maybe start with a little philosophical aspect, if you allow. I mean, spaceflight has enabled us to take a complete different view on our own planet. It's clear that the big challenges we have in the future, and Pilar, you mentioned some of them, in terms of climate, energy change, limited resources, can only be solved if we are pulling together. That's very clear, and I can tell you it even more clear if you see it with your own eyes. And that, I think, links it to exactly the topic of our panel. Sharing infrastructure. Of course, the question is, to which extent is that really necessary? Isn't it not even more important to share the data? And especially if I think about some of those problems that have been addressed during this panel, which are related to climate and the other aspects that I just mentioned, if we share data, obviously, we can already get much further if we are all pulling together. The question is, do we really have to go towards a shared infrastructure? Even though there is an excellent example in Europe, I've been working for the European Space Agency, 22 nations. They are building satellites together. They are building constellations together, which actually work a little bit in that direction. It's not yet global, but the data sharing is global, and that is certainly true for the Copernicus program of the European Union, where we have seven Earth observation satellites that provide a fortune of data. It's about 20 terabytes of raw data that are coming down every day, but it's globally available, and it can help to solve the problems. And as a final remark from my side, space seems to be infinite, and nevertheless, we all know, and you mentioned in your introduction the problems of this congestion we see in low Earth orbit. It's an area where it's lacking governance. The actual development in terms of number of satellites in orbit is rapidly increasing, it's progressively increasing, and legislative processes are lagging behind, so we need to fill this gap as soon as possible.
So, and let me take where you just left off and ask a question of the panel. And Ina, if you tackle this one first, and then we'll bring it through the panel. Is there a sufficient awareness of the challenges, and are there sufficient awareness of the challenges of the situation that we're trying to solve, in your opinion, both at a commercial level, a political level, an education level? And that's a broad question, because each community is going to have a different perspective on that. But from your perspective, do we have that sufficient awareness of these challenges?
I think
Just one second, Pilar, I'm sorry. Give it to Ina, and then I'm going to come right back to you.
the real person. I mean, I would actually ask it of the room too. I mean, do you feel there's a shared perspective and understanding of the value, the benefits, the shared liability of shared infrastructure? Because if it's not in this room, it's probably not going to be outside of it. So I'm not deflecting. Do I think it is well understood? I think there are some, and I definitely think there are thought leaders, political leaders, industry leaders here with us who have much of that understanding and insight into the nature of the opportunity, of some of the downsides. But there are symptoms that tell us that actually no. The degree to which it could be better understood is enormous. So I'll take an example to actually build on some of the provocations from my fellow panelists. If we take the insurance sector, why do we talk about the engagement of the insurance sector, who potentially have this amazing role to play as a coordinator straddling regulation, policy, and commerce when it comes to shared infrastructure assets? We have a very narrow perspective at the moment in terms of where the value of these assets are. So we talk about loss of assets in orbit, the costs associated with decommissioning and deorbiting, but what about the loss of the data, as some of our panelists have talked about? So when we lose the data access streams, that is one. The loss of services dependent on Earth related to that. Those are not only the economic value of those services, there's loss of reputation, loss of business continuity, loss of public confidence. These are all actually things that we could extend understanding and value of shared consequences on that would bring out new value change, new liability chains, but we're not there. So I would say it looks like no, we do not yet have the sufficient understanding of how to get there and actually just how to do it.
And the insurance question is actually a really good driver, because we saw how that impacted cybersecurity and banking and other things once we knew that there was a shared problem. Pilar, I had the privilege of talking to you earlier about, what are some of the things on the planet that we need to focus on? What are some of the challenges? And something that stuck out is you talked about how do we use this for the challenges of agriculture, education, and connectivity. Can you talk a little bit more about the awareness of what are the challenges?
I think that in development countries and emerging communities, we have the same necessities that is in that, no? And we need to be more efficient with the international cooperation, because if we are thinking that, for example, me, like a Latin American, if I'm going to Europe or Asia or here, I can see that there are the best technology, that we are going to the moon, that we are going to the Mars. But when I come back to Latin America, I listen that we don't have education, that we don't have connectivity, that we don't have the fundamental infrastructure. So I think that if we really can or have the capability to resolve, to have really not just to share infrastructure, share knowledge, and to be and to build bridges between the more advanced technology, more advanced countries and government, space agencies, industry, to countries like Colombia, Argentina, Brazil, Bolivia, will be really the best awareness. Because with that, we can resolve problems that now we don't need to talk more. I think that it's the moment to stop to think that there are one country that don't have Earth observation program. If you think that exists Galileo or Copernicus, it's amazing that doesn't exist an Earth observation program in one Latin American country, no? And it's because we don't share information, we don't share infrastructure. It's not just to share the best or the last technology, it's share what we are doing with all this data and what we are doing with all this last knowledge, and how we can learn and transfer all that to our young professionals, and how we can really build a culture about the space industry. And I think that it's possible, and I think that it's a moment.
And that really challenges the sovereignty question. That really challenges, making sure, and going back, Ludwig, turning to you from a policy perspective, how do we make sure that not only do we have that sufficient awareness, but how do we look at policy to drive awareness and the options for the solutions, like Pilar talked about, sharing the data, looking at this much more of a community aspect?
On the policy level, we have the luxury to be in a host country here, where I believe the policy awareness exists completely. I don't think this is a generally true statement in many other regions of the planet, including Europe. And by policy awareness, I mean really bringing space into solving energy problems, solving security challenges, climate, to really go into those segments where space can be part of the solution and not only a cost. Now, in that situation, we all know there is action already happening, and people are populating the orbits and space. So the question is, how do we deal with this at the same time? So we have two challenges. And if you look into the news also during this conference, when just, I believe yesterday, SpaceX announced Starshield, where you go the next step from deploying an infrastructure and you do interoperability, you integrate military needs, you have optical communications in the system, you actually integrate partner satellites into an infrastructure built from a commercial entity, and you get into a mix of public-private. And you have other examples like this, like in Europe, where right now we are launching a new secure connectivity initiative. This is institutionally triggered. At the same time, you have operators like Eutelsat and OneWeb, we had participations here, that are active in the field already in a market that is a multi-billion market. And to accommodate these two, the political awareness in commercial terms and also in societal benefits, SDGs, and also to see how to work with a private drive and to have an institutional program next to a private program and how to get them together. It's a challenge. It's also a luxury because you have the real case on which you can act. It is not a theoretical policy making. It is a true effort to how to make them work together.
And Doctor, we talked about this. Can you talk about the awareness, but can you also interweave that with the, are we we've all agreed, I think, over the last day and a half that we're not sufficiently governed. So not only bring this part of the questioning to sort of a head, but talk about how best can we govern this with the same comments that we were taking in from the panelists today. And then after that, unfortunately, our time is coming to a quick end, so we're going to start with closing statements.
Yeah, Matthew, I think just to pick up on your initial remark, I think the awareness is indeed growing. And actually the panels in the last day showed it, and I can only say thanks to UAE to organize such a debate, which is an excellent forum to even more increase a little bit more the understanding in depth about the problem. Are governments sufficiently aware? I think they are. One word of, let's say, of warning. If we are too alarmistic or too negative about all the things that can happen if no action is taken, we might be in the situation to over-exaggerate a little bit. And I think that should not happen. Nevertheless, the situation is serious, it's clear. So how can we counteract that? And that brings me to the second part of your question. I mean, first of all, we have talked about the necessity for having governance, all of that, but it takes time, and that is really my most important point in that context. We need to take pragmatic steps which can a little bit lead all those processes that are still necessary and that are ongoing. And pragmatic steps are really those steps that are needed for satellite operators to do their daily job. And you know, if we would have the time, I could count you right away a couple of them, which I will not do, but just to let you know, there are pragmatic steps ahead. And just as a final statement from my side, we are aware of this increasing number of satellites. We heard the numbers, the number of satellites in low Earth orbit will quadruple in the rest of this decade. So obviously, not only the exchange of information is important also between the operators, but a level of automation. And I think that with that I will close.
That was a very positive closing. I really appreciate, and we're looking to give each of the remaining panelists about a minute to share with, again, the audience what you hope they took away. And more importantly, and I want to say this again, I encourage the audience to follow up with each of our panelists for more time on their schedule after we finish this panel. Ludwig, your closing statement, please.
I think it is key to bring together the policy action and what is happening in space programs where investments are made, and to do it in a public-private context. And maybe specifically for the risk, there's been a lot of talk, we should maybe think about a funding mechanism, a co-funding mechanism, private-public as well, industrial co-funding, to address all the activities that are needed, pragmatic ones and longer-term ones.
Pilar, you got stuck in New York on your way here, and you saw the interconnectivity of the world can sometimes be a challenge, even when aircraft don't take off. But you're bringing a very unique perspective, and you came a long way, like many of our panelists here on the panel today and in the audience. What do you hope people are taking away from your participation in this inaugural Abu Dhabi space debate?
I think that as a conclusion, we need really to work more for the international cooperation, for efficiency in that. I think that the regional cooperation, it's a work that we need to do. And I think that we need to think different and to break paradigms about the concept of the community, that the space really is for everyone, that the planet is just one, and we really can share and enjoy the infrastructure and the knowledge and the data that we have. That with all this that we have, we can really move on in the next new era for the space.
Thank you very much. And Ina, you're going to be our last closing statement. You shared with me a little bit about the process of how you would look at these many very complicated questions, but in the end, those small steps to get us to those big answers. Please take us home.
So to have this shared governance developing in the way my colleagues shared about the shared data, shared risk, increasingly shared participation, my hope is that you will take away that actually We've learned from many other sectors some of the tools and processes by which to do that across the public-private divide. But what it will take is to stay engaged in fora like these. We're kind of stripped of some of our normal boundaries and constraints. And the next time that we meet, we can use some more, be even more ambitious and creative in kind of the data that we share and understanding of where the boundaries are on our systems, because they're much broader than what we're touching on right now.
Dr. Ina Steemans, Pilar Zamora Acevedo, Dr. Ludwig Moeller, and Dr. Thomas Reiter, thank you very much on behalf of Abu Dhabi Space Debate. Thank you to the audience, and we look forward to following up with each of you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Matthew, panelists, thank you very much once again.
Well, the line between civil space and defence is often blurred, often even deliberately so. But in a world where we rely on space technologies, whether it's communication, technology, medical information, military space, and all of this is often available on our mobiles, we are increasingly open to new levels of disruption. Our panel today is going to be talking about why a holistic approach to cybersecurity and defence is more important than ever before. They say the security environment we are facing today is going to require a rapid rethink in order to fully drive innovation in this sector. They've said that cybersecurity and defence must be built into our programs from the very beginning, that it's too late and too expensive to try and patch it up at the end.
Katie, our next panel will look at the threat intelligence and cyber defense for space activities and beyond, takes a look at precisely what threats we should be addressing and how we can do this better together. Our next panel is moderated by Matthew Cochran, and he will be joined by Clint Crozier, the Director of Aerospace and Satellite Solutions at Amazon Web Services.
And actually, Clint has just signed a big deal with the UAE Space Agency today that I'm sure he's going to be telling you all about. We're also delighted to be welcoming Rear Admiral Dartan Shamsuddin Ludin, the Director General of Defence Cyber and Electromagnetic Division of the Malaysian Armed Forces. We're very pleased to also welcome Rod Drury, the Vice President International at Lockheed Martin Space, and retired Lieutenant General Stephen Quast of the United States Air Force. Ladies and gentlemen, please make them welcome.
Good afternoon again. Assalamu alaikum. Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, fellow panelists and speakers, I'm very privileged to join you in back-to-back sessions today, which really builds on our last panel. Today's session is going to be about threat intelligence and cyber defense for space activities and beyond. We have our distinguished panel here that we're going to jump into the questions and the opening statements in just a minute, but to frame this correctly as we did with the last panel, let me talk a little bit about some of the challenges that we hope we can draw out. And again, to remind you to contact our panelists after this event to learn more about some of the solutions that are out there. So the main topics today will be discussing regulations and standards for hacker-proofing technologies across the entire space supply chain, how a unified approach to mitigate the complex cyber risks and securing the safety and security of space assets and infrastructure can be achieved, and looking at how do we enhance security of space assets to ensure security of the country's critical assets. And I would say country's critical assets on planet. So with that, General Quast, United States Air Force retired. Sir, can you take us into this panel with an opening statement about where those threat intelligence and cyber defense activities are today, in your opinion?
You bet. Well, thank you. And again, thank you for the leadership of the United Arab Emirates in this regard. Space is going to be one of the saving graces of humanity to uplift the human condition. But it is such a different environment that you have to think about just about every aspect differently than we have in the past. And this conversation about cybersecurity is one of them. It is going to adapt so quickly as we have artificial intelligence and quantum and other novel techniques of manipulating the electromagnetic spectrum and all other types of communication capabilities, that if we think with an industrial age mind about the way we solve this problem, we're going to fail. And so this is a problem that we're going to talk about on this panel, about leadership, about policy, and it's less about tactics and techniques, because those will be irrelevant within seconds or milliseconds, given the speed of adaptation of this environment coming forward. So this requires a different mindset, and it allows an opportunity for the United Arab Emirates to be a leader in innovation and drive the train and not be driven by adversaries in the cyber realm.
Leadership and policy, that's going to be driving a lot of these questions on today's panel. Admiral Dato Shamsuddin Luden, Admiral Sam, I think you had sent to me. It's a privilege to have you here today. You are the Director General, Defense Cyber and Electromagnetic Division for the Malaysian Armed Forces. We had the chance to talk before the panel, and you have a number of interesting ideas. Can you share a little bit about what you hope people are going to take away today, both the challenges and the solutions?
Thank you, Matt. First of all, congratulations, UAE government, UAE Space Agency for having this beautiful space debates of these 2 days. I'd like to recall what EU Commission presidents once I said, if everything is connected, everything can be hacked. When you combine both space, the space above us, and also the cyberspace, so you actually merging the two very complex domains. And life already difficult and complex, full with complexity. So handling these both domains are very, very pretty important for us, mankind. If we are not careful, it or both can turn to be a disaster to mankind. So leadership of every nation's regulations that we have populate to control both space is to be adhered with a sincerity. You can have thousands of regulations, you can have hundreds of procedures, but if we are not sincere enough to comply to the procedural, then we are actually looking after a disaster. This is my opening remark. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Admiral. Rod Drury, Vice President, Global Business Strategy and Business Development for Lockheed Martin. We had a great upbrief discussion, and I think we could take this conversation into hours, but we don't have those hours, unfortunately. Can you kick us off with your opening statement, please?
Yes, thanks very much, Matthew, and thank you for those kind words. And can I also add my acknowledgement to the initiative of the UAE Space Agency, particularly the forum that they've presented over the last 2 days. It's very much a credit to them. My opening comments are really around two related matters, and the first one is to do with the The challenge that we as a global community face with the lack of a consistent set of regulations and standards that can be applied across the cybersecurity domain. Until we have those, it's going to be hard for everybody to be compliant and, frankly, for us to be able to integrate a number of systems. My second point is around the need for cyber hygiene and the fact that we need to take a holistic approach to cyber hygiene. And what I mean by cyber hygiene is that we often think of cyber security around our laptops, around our telephones. What we often forget is it's actually around the strategy, policies, procedures, the tools, yes, the technology, but we've got to take an holistic approach. And my final message there is that the weakest part of that holistic approach is always where the hackers, the bad actors, will focus.
And I think, you know, we're going to get into this, but there is no universally accepted standard. And that's something that I think we're going to get into. How do we address that?
That's correct. I mean, there's been many attempts. There's lots of opportunities out there, if you like, to align with a particular standard. But unfortunately, with you aligning with one particular standard, it doesn't mean that your counterparts, your friends, your neighbours actually align with it. And therein lies part of the problem.
Clint Crozier, Director Aerospace Satellite Solutions, Amazon Web Services. I'm excited for you. You have a big announcement to make. Can you fit that into an opening statement?
I can.
Excellent.
And thank you very much. First of all, I do want to thank UAE and the UAE Space Agency. This is a critically important forum, and the idea about cyber security for space is a critically important issue that we have to address, and so I appreciate that. Katie mentioned in the intro, and I'm very happy for the opportunity. So not 30 minutes ago, Amazon Web Services, AWS, signed a statement of strategic cooperation with the UAE Space Agency, and I wanted to thank His Excellency Ibrahim Al-Qasim, Deputy Director General of the UAE Space Agency, for his support in signing that cooperation agreement, and the Director General of the UAE Space Agency. And the essence behind the statement of cooperation is we want to help alongside with UAE to grow the space industry within the United Arab Emirates, both government, commercial, and the commercial startup sector, as well as providing cybersecurity best practices, training, and capabilities built into the cloud. So we're very excited about that statement of cooperation. In terms of my opening statement here, my opening statement is largely the same as some of my colleagues have said, but I'm coming from 35 years in the space industry, flying satellites, launching rockets for the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Space Force. And what I see globally, as I have been responsible for leading global cyber operations for U.S. space capability, and at one point in my career, I was responsible for global space operations for the U.S. military when I was at U.S. Strategic Command. And so what is abundantly clear is space threats and cybersecurity are no longer simply the concern of large government agencies. There was a time where when we talked about threats in space, the only people that would listen would be the large government organizations that operated national security systems in space. But we've seen such a positive activity over the last 4, 5, 7, 8 years where space organizations and governments that operate space around the globe have recognized the value of commercialization. In other words, more contracts than ever before to our friends at Lockheed and our other friends around the globe that are now providing as good a capability from a commercial sector as the government could ever provide. And so as you see more companies doing work with the governments around the globe and commercializing that capability, and the threats rising not just from national actors, but from rogue hackers and cyber intrusion, that sort of thing, we have to ensure that as a space industry, we are building cybersecurity in at the basic level. I've seen way too many systems over the years where we build a space system or a satellite system, and then we try to labor cybersecurity onto the top of it after the system is already built. That didn't work then, it certainly won't work now. So my key message is we have to look at and work as a community to build cyber operations and cybersecurity in as fundamentally important as designing the propulsion system of the satellite or designing the ground station with which the satellite will communicate. Cybersecurity at the basic level, built into everything the system will accomplish, is critically important and has to be built in at the very beginning.
Clint, congratulations, first of all, and thank you very much for that opening statement. And we're going to actually use the end part there and talk about some of the guide rails that we have for the questions today, but we're going to dig a little bit deeper. So one of the things that we're challenged with answering on this panel is there a unified approach to mitigate the complex cyber risks and securing the safety and security of space and assets infrastructure? And Admiral, let me turn to you to start us off with this. How advanced is the threat? Both from state and non-state actors. And then as part of your answer to that, the weaponization of space is taking place, and we heard George Friedman talk about commerce and war. How do we stop? How do we manage? Or how do we get into binding treaties? If you can tackle that, and then I'll turn to each of the panelists after that.
Again, sir, thank you, Matt. When we migrate from the terrestrial land-based communications into the digital communications, especially with the cloud or the embark as a main information mediums. The problems that we are facing is who can we trust, especially on the user's perspective like us. Satellite operators, satellite owners, they're putting satellites, whether on the LEO, GEO, or MEO, but for the users like us, are they safe for us to exchange our information? Are they fully equipped with encryptions? Or are we as subscribers, we need to have our own encryptions for the uplink, downlink, to ensure that all informations are safe for the ships at sea, for the communications exchange between the forces, whether it be in the commercial world or in the military world. We need to always address that the collaborations between the users, subscribers, and the satellite operator is pretty important and should be in a number one priority, because users have spent tons of money to subscribe the facilities, satellite communications. But if users are not assured with the security and safety of their own communications by the operators, then who should we rely on? And I think China, PLA, has made a good move by embarking into the SSF in December 2015, combining both domains, cyber and satellites, space. Because with that, I think they are putting the infra security as their priority now. And I wish as a subscribers, as a users, for all the nations to look at the outer space strategy as their priority for the customers to have their trust on them. Because the security of those infras basically is back to the operators, back to the nation who operates satellites, whether it be a nations or a commercials. And I think now with a lot of satellites operating at the LEO, smaller, much cheaper, and that probably will have a cheaper solutions on the security encryptions as well. So if we are together, because from these 2 days sessions, people are talking about coalitions, people are talking about collaborations, and how sincere are we to put those remarks on paper for everybody to agree upon? Yes, we have to work together.
So I'm hearing that you would commit your organization today on those defenses. Is that what I'm hearing, sir? Admiral, thank you very much. Those comments are very important, and they frame the topic, General Quast, the same topic, but I would like you to talk a little bit more about how you've seen some examples of how you successfully institute a competitive free market environment to address these same concerns. Can you talk on that a little bit, General?
Yeah, so, it's based on human nature. We all know that large governments and large organizations tend to move slowly. They are not the fast innovators. And this goes back to Clint's point that the private sector and small companies with entrepreneurs and inventors and innovators are the ones that can move fast with agility in this world. And so a practical suggestion is this, and this has been done before. It was done with COTS Ames and the Falcon 9 in America. But for any leadership to be able to not just have a problem and say, well, here are 3 companies that might be able to solve that problem, and they pick a company, and then they invest in that company to solve the problem. That methodology, that industrial age model of how we do this kind of work is no longer fast enough to keep up with the speed of life in the digital age and the electromagnetic spectrum. The alternative, though, is successfully harnessing the speed of young innovation by the leaders only paying for operational design and effectiveness in the way they contract. And they never let go of that competitive spirit between these entrepreneurs all the way through the operational stage. So you never down select. Now, this is not good news for the big cats out there, okay, that want to get the big lucrative government contract. But they are so slow, they will sink to the bottom of the ocean, any company that latches on to one solution. Because the enemy, the adversary, is agile, they are fast, and the prize goes to the quickest learner. And a large company or a large government is not a quick learner. But the small entrepreneurs of our world are. And governments and organizations can tap into that genius in the information age we live in, the digital age, and actually compete with the speed of adaptation. The future will go to the fastest learner. And a big government has to be big, and it has to be slow for a reason. But it doesn't have to be slow at solving the problem by only paying for operational design and never down selecting through the operational phase of all of this.
Never down selecting certainly worked in Elon Musk's favor with SpaceX, and that not a very small entrepreneur.
Well, every good idea comes to an end.
Absolutely. Clint, I'm going to turn to something that we discussed on the same question about how advanced is the threat in the weaponization, but how to stop it. I think one of the very important things that you've mentioned is it has to be part of your initial design.
Yeah.
And this goes between both the commercial sector, the military sector. This really begins not looking just at the legacy systems, but what do you want to build in the future, taking into account those legacy systems? Can you talk a little bit about that threat, but also the solutions to that threat using that concept?
Sure, and the threats were well articulated yesterday on some of the panels, and I think, frankly, the threat is probably well enough known across the space industry today. Again, whether it's national actors or rogue hackers, et cetera, the threat is real. The solution, I think, that we really have to think about and we have to move to, and it piggybacks on what my friend General Quast said a little bit too, the idea of competition and small markets and the idea of going really, really fast. So I'll give you a couple of examples. I would love to see some sort of international cybersecurity standards developed, frankly. And I'm looking at my good friend John Hill, who I've known a long, long time, who does security policy for the United States Department of Defense. I would love to support those initiatives, and I would love to see them move forward. But frankly, those security standards or norms or protocols won't be developed in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, or perhaps even 10 years. That's just the truth of what it takes to do an international standard. So what's our alternative? Our alternative is leverage the global capability where it exists today and build on top of it. So as an example, the company that I work for, we have built the largest secure infrastructure in the world. It's just a fact. But I state that because what we did is we developed a two-piece model where the cloud company I represent provides security of the cloud around the globe, from the unclassified all the way up to the top secret and beyond levels, and we secure everything in the cloud. Then we work with our particular customer to provide cybersecurity of their system on top of our cloud, and they meet in the middle. So we create the foundation or the platform, and then they bring their cybersecurity tools to the table and meet it in the middle, and you can create a connected system of cybersecurity from the cloud provider all the way to the satellite at the end of the user spectrum. And what's important about that is, again, to General Quast's point, we don't have a single company or organization that manages security standards for customers. We have literally thousands of cybersecurity experts around the globe that build and operate on the AWS cloud. And so when a customer says, I need security, we can introduce them to up to 10,000 cybersecurity partners, and they can pick the partner that has the most agile capability, the fastest capability, the most affordable capability, because we create that coalition of a large number of cybersecurity companies and operators that can secure the endpoint. And then so when you take a very fast approach, is we've got basic security built into everything the cloud is and everything the cloud does, again, from unclassified to top secret and above. And then you partner with thousands of companies that do real-time, agile, DevSecOps development of new capabilities that they can implement literally overnight and implement with a couple of clicks of their console on the cloud. And when you bring all that together, you're leveraging some best practices that exist today. You're leveraging a global consortium of really smart people that will come up with things that we won't come up with. And by that way, you're bringing a multi-party cybersecurity capability together, and you're not waiting or relying on a service to come or a norm and standard to come 5 or 10 years from now. We have to act now. The time is now. We have to be agile and capable, and that means leveraging what we have as well as building on top of it in a very agile and innovative way.
Clint, thank you. And Rod, can you build on what Clint just outlined as a major supplier, of course, to the U.S. government and to other governments around the world? Because you touched on cyber hygiene in your opening statement, but it goes way beyond IT and the system, as you've already pointed out. Can you talk about how do we put together the acceptable global standards for cybersecurity, taking into account that people are going to reach out to multiple suppliers? How do they do that?
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult challenge. I mean, let's not try and phrase it or couch it in any other way. To me, there's a couple of observations that I'd make and then perhaps put a couple of ideas out there. The observations I would make is the demand of all customers today is to increasingly connect more devices, more objects, let's just call them, whether they be with a commercial background, whether they have an education background, or say a national security defence background. Let's just frame it that way and say that everybody wants everything connected. The trouble is the design, the development, the test and evaluation that goes on generally within each of those communities will be different. And so once you start trying to bring those various elements together, you end up with a mismatch, often with a mismatch of what I refer to as cyber hygiene that's applied across the entire system. The challenge, of course, is the economic tension that is often brought about by that. Countries naturally have a unique set of requirements. They want to make localisation a major issue that they do in country with their own skill sets, understandably so. But at times, it's not in alignment with the goals and objectives that they're trying to achieve with the overarching system. My other observation is that sometimes the customer pays a significant amount of money for a highly secure system and then goes and connects it to a system where they actually have no understanding of what the heritage is or the provenance of that is. And then my final observation is it's not just systems. It's actually down to componentry.
Yeah.
You actually need to be able to understand the provenance of a chip, dare I say it, the boards, inputs, outputs, devices. So, this is a major issue. My challenge is that someone has got to step forward and take this challenge up. Otherwise, we're going to be having the same discussion 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. It's just the problem will have magnified itself. Because if there's one thing that's certain is today's solution, cyber solution, will be hacked probably within the next few days.
And I'm going to come back to that. Before I get into the next question, if I can just put the audiovisual guys on alert, we're going to turn to the audience for questions. We have a little bit more time with this panel, so who's ever in charge of the microphones, if you can be ready, please. And those with the great questions, please get ready too. Admiral, we've just talked about it's going to take 5, 10, maybe more years to come up with a policy. Operationally, that doesn't work right now. What do you need as an operator? What do you need to combat these threats? What are you looking from either allied nations or industry or even academia to help solve some of these threats to the intelligence and cyber defense landscape?
First of all, we need to know how to fix the gap. Whether we can apply the IT solutions onto the OT, which satellite technology is very much relied upon. So those is probably an important factor for everybody to start brainstorm and find a solution towards that. Because if we apply IT into the satellite communication these days, probably we will not get a perfect answer, because satellite communications, space activities is very much rely on the OT. So how do we address those? Experts, satellite operators, whether it be commercials or government's agency, should be together, having a similar templates, having a common templates for everyone to agree upon. So if subscribers or customers like us is to be happy with what we have these days, I don't think the answer is still we are very happy. Because you look at what we are facing now, cybersecurity is actually giving us a real trouble, with ransomware is every day has been reported on the media. And what if that cybersecurity onto the space program is not taken care by those responsible? President Joe Biden once have said, cyber campaign soon going to be a real shooting war. And if you are not careful, it's going to happen. Because when the cybersecurity is actually pose a danger to the space activities, then we just wait and see. It's going to be a real problem to the mankind. So we have heard speakers were saying about the debris alone from the space activities is a real threat to our planet. So how much now we really care about it? So international humanitarian law probably is important for us to look into that, coupled with probably a new efforts and initiative to review whatever laws, procedures that we have.
Admiral, thank you very much, and my apologies to the audience. I misread the time, and we do not have time for questions from the audience. With that, before we start with closing statements, Clint, I'm going to kick it off with you and take it down the row, but before we do that, just want to remind everyone, do contact our panel after this event. Get in contact with them. Continue the dialogue. It's very, very important. Clint, congratulations again. I think this inaugural event has paid off, not just for you, but for many people in attendance. Talk about what you hope people are going to take away from the Abu Dhabi Space Debate. We're one of the last panels. We've come up with a lot of challenges, but at the same time, a lot of solutions. Talk about that in your closing statement, please.
Yeah, what I hope people come away with is we can't wait. It's critical enough that we have to do it now. Again, I would love to see a global standard or some sort of global protocol, and that might happen over time, but it's not going to happen today, tomorrow, or in the next 5 years. So in the meantime, we have to build rigorous cybersecurity into our space systems right now today, and we have to leverage what's successfully available now. So as an example, my company supports NASA and the Artemis mission. My company supports MBRSC and the HOPE probe. The data coming down from the HOPE probe orbiting Mars today is coming down on our company's platform and being secured by our company. And so by that, what I mean is when you look at MBRSC and its activity, when you look at NASA and the Artemis Accords, there are 27 countries that are involved in the Artemis Accords. And so those 27 countries can get together. They're building on a common platform that we support. They can get together and they can establish their own cybersecurity protocols within the Artemis Consortium. And when we do that, mission by mission or industry by industry, whether it's SATCOM or space exploration or geospatial analysis, when you do that, we can build on what's already available in known globally secure networks. We can build consortiums that establish common standards, whether it's within ESA or NASA and Artemis or MBRSC, and we can get on down the road now today, providing increased cybersecurity built in from the basic design and analysis phase and be successful. And that's what we need to be doing right now today.
Clint, thank you very much. Rod, turning to you.
Yes, with every challenge comes an opportunity. And generations before us have had similar opportunities in the context of the challenges they faced at the time, whether it be open software standards, whether it be interface control documents, frankly, whether it be a global airline management system. So what I would say is, whilst there are many challenges, there are opportunities. I would finish with the observation that some companies have delivered capabilities where they've integrated national security capabilities with commercial. Lockheed Martin successfully has rolled out the 5G.mil architecture very successfully, and we're very proud of that. So my message is, whilst there's a challenge, let's focus on the opportunity and let's deliver on it.
Thank you for that, Rod. And Admiral, please share with us your final thoughts and really what would be the ask that you would have to not only the panel but the audience today to close this out.
Very simple one, very general. I have a trust that Abu Dhabi Space Agency will have thousands of takeaways from these 2 days sessions, from these Abu Dhabi space debates, from the speakers' views, from the workshop conducted this morning. I think those thousands takeaways will be a very important elements for us to table for the international stage to look into what do we really need for this planet Earth to be safe in both domain, cybersecurity and space above us. That's my general comments.
Thank you, Admiral. I look forward to following up after this panel too. General Quast, you're going to take us out. This is going to be the last comment of our panel today, but I know a longer conversation to follow. Sir?
Well, thank you, and I have 9 seconds, so I'll try to make this brief. This is such a hopeful journey. I want you all to know this is about a cultural shift from an industrial age mindset to a networked age mindset. And there's tremendous excitement and hope in that reality. But we have to recognize that we get trapped in old paradigms in the way we think. In fact, if you gave this problem to a 25-year-old coder, they would not have any anxiety about being able to keep up with what's going on in the world. No. So our leadership, and this is about leadership and policy, our leadership needs to be able to start thinking differently about how they contract solutions to problems. They need to optimize speed and agility. They need to tap into this global community of diverse thinking across every culture to tap into solutions that can go at the speed of life. And most importantly, this is a really important point, we need to do this together, as we've talked about, and there are more good people on this planet that want to uplift the human condition than there are bad. And cyber is the new frontier. The electromagnetic spectrum is the new space for either blessing or curse. And we have a role to play in our cultural mindset and in encouraging one another to allow the young generation to save us and to let them free to do things differently than we've done in the past. Thank you.
With that, a big round of applause for our panel. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Abu Dhabi Space Debate. My personal thanks to the UAE Space Agency and to everyone today. Look forward to following it with each of our panel very soon. Thank you very much.
Well, a very big thank you to all of our panelists. I must say I'm very impressed with our moderator, Matthew, as well, moderating two panels even back to back.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next session is all about integrating space into education. How can space become a national asset in STEM education? How do you weave space sciences into a curriculum and focus youth on the potential to go to the stars? For the first time in decades, we are seeing a global focus on space and its potential. How can we harness that?
That's right. Our next panel today is going to be looking at how we can use space, science and technology to help us align us with the national goals of each and every space nation. We're going to be finding out why it is paramount to inspire our students in STEM education from an early age. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very high-level panel this afternoon. Delighted to be joined by our moderator, Becky Anderson, the CNN Managing Editor and Anchor. She is joined on stage by Her Excellency Sarah Al-Amiri, the Minister of State for Public Education and Advanced Technology and Chairwoman of the UAE Space Agency. We're delighted that they are also joined by His Excellency Dr. Tomasz Razumowski, Secretary of State at the Polish Ministry of Science and Higher Education, as well as His Excellency Mehmet Kasir, Turkey's Vice Minister of Industry and Technology. And we're also very pleased to be joined via live link from the United States by Pamela Melroy, NASA Deputy Administrator. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome them to the stage.
Hello, afternoon. What an amazing couple of days. What an amazing couple of days. And I'm hoping, Sarah, that you'll actually have just a moment to sort of reflect on some of what we've heard, because it has been quite remarkable. I remember you telling me that we would be doing this at the end of the year some time ago, and it couldn't have been more valuable, and the timing couldn't have been better. So thank you from all of us who've been involved. It's been terrific. Our ministerial dialogue this afternoon aims to address three key issues, and I'm going to set them up now because we've got 40 minutes and we're going to need to crack on to ensure that we get the fabulous insight that that I know we'll get from my esteemed panelists this afternoon. So the three key issues are the following: the integration of space into national science and technology programs, how we leverage space innovation for climate action on Earth. And I want to get the view of our esteemed panelists on a theme that has dominated this debate, which is the growing concern about a space sector more congested, more contested, and increasingly more weaponized by competing powers. Because I think we have spent some time over the last couple of days, and it's a worrying momentum here, but is conflict in space inevitable? And I know that there's been much discussion to that effect. Sarah, Thomas, Mehmet, and Pam joining us remotely. Hello, thank you very much indeed. Let's kick this off then. And Sarah, let me start with you. Science and technology, critical to the UAE's transformation into a knowledge-based economy. How is the UAE leveraging the value of space into its national strategy? Can you just explain?
Sure. Thank you very much for the introduction. And first off, I'd like to thank Pam. A very good morning. Thank you for joining us today at this session and for the continuous enriching discussions that we've had with you over the years. In terms of science and technology and the approach that you've correctly put, Becky, the approach for the UAE for space has always been driven by an overarching science and technology agenda. So it starts off from realizing the value of technology. You realize the value of technology by ensuring that it's embedded in your economic development. And it takes two different facets for that. The first is enriching your current economic sectors, and we have a large drive across industry. Digitization becomes very important, understanding the value of technology across the value chain and ensuring the correct impact. So the right tool, technology is a tool, is utilized in the correct mechanism to realize economic value, increase efficiency, and today we've also added sustainability as another lever. When we take it down and cascade it, it means your entire scientific apparatus needs to feed into societal transformation and it needs to feed into technological advancement. Now, what role does space play for us? And it's different in different ecosystems for science technology. For us, it's a catalyzer. For us, it's a mechanism to challenge any forms of bureaucratic mechanisms of doing things. For us, it's about driving and developing talent and capabilities. And that's how it started. And today we're evolving as a space sector from a driver for transformation within our science and technology ecosystem to a driver of establishment of a new sector within our economy. And hence why we're taking our programs and projects today from capability and capacity development for the sake of enriching our science and technology ecosystem to capability and capacity development for the sake of developing a private sector. And a lot of that goes into creating both impact locally and globally. And the space debate then came as a natural sort of progression because as we enter into the private and commercial space, we want to do that as positive actors to the global on the global stage, and as ones that are encouraging collaboration, encouraging dialogue, and encouraging transformation so that we can safely, sustainably access space, have the correct impact, and ensure that this vital resource, and I know space is limitless, but the space that we utilize for our need is finite. That this finite resource is actually effectively utilized and is maintained for generations to come.
Thomas and Mehmet, to both of you who are in a part of the world, in countries where budgets are challenged at present, both of whom though have a more than nascent space sector, how are you aligning, Thomas, let me start with you, space with the national science and technology programs? Where do you see the value? And is there appetite? Are you genuinely convinced there is appetite by a population that faces quite some financial challenges at present? Do they want to see the sort of investment that we know is possible here and in other countries? Is that feasible at this point? Let me start with you, Thomas.
Dzień dobry, będę mówił po polsku, za chwileczkę będzie tłumaczenie.
Welcome. I will be speaking in Polish and my text will be interpreted.
Bardzo dziękuję za to pytanie, ponieważ samo centrum polskiej nauki to jest badanie kosmosu, ponieważ nawet Dniem Nauki Polskiej jest rocznica urodzin Mikołaja Kopernika.
I would like to start by saying that space and space science is at the very center of Polish science. The Day of Polish Science actually coincides with the birthday of Copernicus, who was Polish.
Of course.
My jako Polacy jesteśmy bardzo dumni z Mikołaja Kopernika. Mało kto na świecie wie, że był Polakiem. Urodził się nad Wisłą w Toruniu i zapraszam wszystkich Państwa w przyszłym roku na 19 lutego do Torunia, do miasta pochodzenia Mikołaja Kopernika, na międzynarodową imprezę poświęconą Mikołajowi Kopernikowi w 550. rocznicę jego urodzin.
We, as Polish people, are very proud of Copernicus. Not many people know that that's the country that he comes from. He was born in Toruń, which is situated by Vistula River. And I would like hereby to invite everyone to join us next year on the 19th of February, when we are going in Toruń to celebrate the 550th anniversary of his birthday.
Jeśli chodzi o nasze zaangażowanie i w ogóle przemysł kosmiczny w Polsce, to muszę powiedzieć, że zaskakująco bardzo dobrze to wygląda, tylko my przyjęliśmy, podobnie jak koleżanka mówiła, formułę współpracy. To znaczy uczestniczymy w wielu przedsięwzięciach o charakterze dwustronnym czy wielostronnym w ramach chociażby Europejskiej Agencji Kosmicznej.
In Poland, the actual level of engagement and interest in the space industry is surprisingly very, very high. But as a country, we took an approach similar to the one mentioned by my co-panelist here. We participate in many bilateral or multilateral programs, for example, through our participation in the European Space Agency.
Wielu absolwentów polskich uczelni znajduje zatrudnienie, czy to w NASA, w poszczególnych agencjach narodowych różnych państw, w ośrodkach naukowo-badawczych badających kosmos, uczestniczą w projektach i my jesteśmy bardzo dumni i zapraszamy studentów z całego świata, żeby studiowali w Polsce, w ojczyźnie Mikołaja Kopernika czy Jana Heweliusza.
And our graduates actually are very popular employees across the space agencies worldwide. They very often end up working at NASA, other national agencies, research and development centers. We are very proud of our achievements in that field, and we would like to invite all the students from across the globe to come and study in the homeland of Copernicus and Hevelius.
Jeśli chodzi o nasz przemysł kosmiczny, praktycznie każda istotna misja wykonywana czy przez NASA, czy przez japońską agencję kosmiczną JAXA, podzespoły, części czy różne rozwiązania są produktem polskiego przemysłu kosmicznego.
Nearly all the major missions organized these days by the space industry, major actors, also by the Japanese Space Agency or NASA, relied to a certain extent on subcomponents, solutions and parts that have been either produced or co-produced, designed by Polish scientists.
Thomas, can I just stop you there for a moment, because I want to ensure that we get everybody in, but thank you, because that's a very good point that you're making at the end there. Let me just give you the floor, Ahmed, briefly.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm very pleased to be here, and first of all, I want to congratulate Mrs. Emry and her excellent team for the organization of this beautiful event. And I would like to emphasize the approach of Turkey to R&D and innovation. Actually, we see those terms as essential policy areas on your way to development. And we have made huge investment to create an innovation ecosystem in the country, especially in the last 20 years. And we have built more than 90 technoparks in more than 50 different cities in the country, where more than 8,000 companies are making R&D activities with the support of our government. And most of them are in university campuses, so that we are also enhancing the cooperation between academy and industry. And in private sector in Turkey, there are now more than 1,600 R&D and design centers again supported by our government, our ministry. And a number of people making R&D in the country has increased from 30,000 up to 220,000 in last 20 years. And the share of private sector in R&D activities in the country was only 24% 20 years ago, but now it's more than 70%. So now in Turkey, the private sector is leading the R&D and innovation activities. And as a result, for example, number of registered patents in 1 year in the country was only 73 20 years ago, but now that number is 2,342. There is a huge increase in creating intellectual property in the country. And those attempts have been strong multipliers of growth of our economy in the last 20 years. And the results have shown themselves in many figures. Now the Turkish economy can make an export of 250 billion US dollars in a year. And it's 8 times more than the same figure 20 years ago. And especially, I think the most popular or famous outcome is in defense industry. Now Turkey is able to create, to develop, to manufacture #1 products in defense technologies, especially the drones. You mentioned in your question the difficulty in these times in many areas in the world because of the economic things. But I think that, sure, the finance side is important in that kind of project, but it's only one part of the picture. Most important part is the coordination between public and private sectors in that areas, and having right strategies of government and good applications of support programs to private sector. And now the rate of self-sufficiency in defense industries in Turkey is almost 80%. And it was only 20% again 20 years ago. And we have learned many things from that success, having a strong long-term national plan, aligning all resources and targets, and taking step-by-step improvements, and most crucial approach, focusing on paradigm shifts. In 20th century, thousands of airplanes or helicopters were produced in the world, but as Turkey, we were only customer of them, of some of them. But now we are number one producers in UAVs. We catch that paradigm shift in that area. And again, in space, our strategy is a similar thing, increasing our self-sufficiency by focusing on paradigm shifts. For example, in our national space program, we have a moon mission, and the crucial part of that mission is to test our domestically designed hybrid rocket propulsion system. And it's important because if we can succeed in it, the world will gain an innovative, cheaper, and environment-friendly solution to use in space. And we will be able to commercialize that technology, and it may be used in third stage of launch or space tags, etc. So in summary, I want to mention that the way to success is an outcome of different factors. One side, self-sufficiency. On the other side, international cooperation. Top-down targets, but bottom-up capabilities and improvements.
Pam, this must be fascinating for you to listen to and to hear the perspective both from Turkey and from Poland, and I know that you're well aware of the work that's, the amazing work that's been done here in the UAE. The White House's National Science and Technology Council last week released its new strategy, focusing, as I understand it, on research and development, on international cooperation, also on the economic prospects from the moon. I just wonder whether you'd like to just sort of, very briefly fill us in on how space aligns with science and technology in the US. That will be a more mature program, I think, than perhaps some that we've heard here. But also, just what is it that the US is envisaging with the moon? I know that you've got the historic Orion a trip is nearly done. So there's 2 or 3 things in that. But if you can just sort of briefly start with where you see the alignment of the space sector with the kind of wider science and technology sector, but then take a moment, if you will, just to fill us in on the very latest with Orion and where you are at with your vision for the future of the moon. Is it, I don't know, nuclear power stations? Is it internet? Is it a lunar, lunar city of sorts? Tell me.
Thank you, Becky. And I have to also say thank you to Your Excellency, Chairwoman Alamiri, for this invitation to this wonderful event this afternoon. And to my distinguished colleagues on the panel. Poland has joined the UAE and the US and many other countries in signing the Artemis Accord. So really treasure the opportunity to be with you today. Yes, there's a lot to unpack there. We'll start at the top level that we believe that the value of space to a nation falls into generally 3 areas. And one is around science. And I'll give you just a couple of examples. There are certain things you can only do from space. The James Webb Space Telescope, for example, is looking back to the origins of our universe. That can only be done outside the Earth's atmosphere because of the frequencies that they're looking at. In addition to that, we use microgravity on the International Space Station every day to understand our own bodies and our own biology, to give us insights into human medicine. And in addition to that, it's a global perspective. We cannot get the data that we need for climate other than from space. You simply cannot measure the whole Earth just from the surface of the Earth or even from aircraft. Really, to get the perspective that we need to truly understand what's happening to our climate, it has to happen from space. The second area that we understand that we need to give national value is inspiration. And that's inspiring the next generation of STEM professionals because they are part of the science and technology wealth of a nation. And I myself was inspired to become an astronaut by the Apollo astronauts. And I believe that our Artemis mission and seeing astronauts doing science on the moon will inspire the next generation of scientists, engineers, and explorers. But as many of my panelists have referred to, there is also an economic benefit in the national science and technology posture. Space is a high growth area. There's never going to be a reduction in demand for information globally, and space provides a unique way of connecting information around the Earth, but being able to see what is happening throughout the Earth as well. And so one simple example that I can give of the impact that it can have on the rest of the country is that the Apollo guidance computer was the first microprocessor and the first to use silicon integrated circuits. So in addition to that, software engineering essentially became a standalone discipline because of Apollo. So those are the kinds of impacts that you can have when you select a very hard mission to do and then develop the technologies to create that. We look at all 3 of these pillars as we go out on Artemis and see that the focus that we have is learning about the solar system. We believe that the moon was once part of the Earth, so we can learn about the history of the Earth by studying the moon, but also a very complex heliophysics environment that impacts things like orbital debris and the deorbiting of orbital debris around the Earth. We can study that from a lunar Earth system. So there's tremendous science to be gained. And of course, the inspiration, we know that will come with it, but we also think it's important to go to stay. If we're really going to maximize the science, we need to be able to stay for longer periods of time. And that's one of the most significant differences between Apollo and Artemis. This time, we are preparing to go out into the solar system. We're going to practice on the moon. We're going to go demonstrate the capability to do science with humans on Mars, and then we'll pick future destinations. And every step of the way that we know that our industry will grow with us and will follow behind us and will take advantage of the infrastructure that we build. So a quick Artemis update.
Go on, please,
just to let you know,
yes, please.
Yes, yes. So we successfully targeted a burn, swooped around very close to the moon, astonishing pictures of the Earthrise, a movie of the Earthrise. You should take a look at it. It's really quite extraordinary. That inspired us all. And actually, the interesting thing about it is that burn targeted, the Orion is coming back. There is no other burn necessary. It's essentially targeting a splashdown on Sunday into the ocean off the coast of San Diego, California. And it's a really exciting moment for us because it's a very high-speed entry. We come in when we come home from the space station at Mach 25, and I experienced just about 2 Gs on the entry in the space shuttle. In this case, we have a lot more energy to burn off. It takes a lot of energy to get to the moon. It takes a lot of energy that you have to burn off coming back. So more on the lines of Mach 32 and 4 to 5 G entry. So we really need to test that heat shield because we're going to put humans on the very next flight. So it will be the last major test event, and we can't wait to see how it performs.
So the risk then of conflict in space risks everything that we've just been discussing, risks the enormous benefits to humanity that you have just been discussing, the economic benefits that we've heard from my panelists here. I'm going to start with you, Pam, and then just come back round our guests who are with us here in the UAE today. The United States has become the first country to announce a ban on missile tests against space satellites. For clarity, and for the purposes of those in the room who may not be as imbued in this as you are, Pam, what's the scope of anti-satellite technology today that state actors like China, Russia, Iran, and even the United States possess? And how concerned are you about the absence of a regulatory framework to properly deal with this growing risk?
We're extremely concerned about it. I think it is true, many countries have the technology. It's absolutely critical, though, that for the purposes of testing that technology, that we're not trashing the environment. It's just not acceptable. So I think what's really important for us is that we recognize at NASA that it is very, very important that when we go out into the solar system in this, Artemis and beyond, our Moon to Mars program, that we are going for peaceful and transparent purposes. There is no regulatory framework. There is only the Outer Space Treaty, which is a set of principles, some of which are in tension with each other. And recognizing that, NASA joined with the other 20 signatories of the Artemis Accords to begin to develop a framework. And recently we had a meeting in the fall of all the signatories to discuss how we can promote peaceful and transparent norms of behavior. We are truly hoping that by setting a precedent around this peaceful and transparent exploration, that we can help stop the militarization and weaponization of space.
So you've been very clear that the establishment of regulatory norms for space activities is a global challenge, requiring, to your mind, a multilateral approach. So far, US diplomacy, with the greatest respect to Pam, has seemed to be stuck somewhat in neutral. Russia and China, meanwhile, continue to try and exempt themselves from military constraints in space. With evidence that we are seeing the emergence of two competing spheres, if that's a sort of US-led one and then China and Russia on the other side, and I think, most of us in this room would agree we are. How can state actors really galvanize and shape the international agenda at this point to ensure that there is sustainability of space going forward? This is perhaps just a moment to reflect on the debate that you've been having here over the past couple of days.
So one thing that I have had a discussion with, even when we were talking to the diplomats that were on the foreign diplomats panel yesterday, is that space needs to be removed on the agenda of diplomatic and geopolitical discussions. When that is removed and stepped away, it allows the space sector to start having conversations with the space sectors of all the different countries in place. Considering the first panel that we had on the very first day, it seems that there was unanimous disparity on the state of discussions and the state of areas that we discuss. And that's why the onus, and that's why I wanted to have more foreign ministers here, the onus is on nation states to ensure and actively work towards, the onus is on us as the custodians of space sectors in each of our countries, to ensure that space is removed from any other discussions that are happening between nations. Once it is, you're having a space discussion for the benefit of the growth of that sector that's vital for all. Now, is everyone going to align on it today? I don't believe. We don't live in a utopian world. It is going to be a lever that's used on the political front. But I continue to advocate for, and I hope that people within the space sector and within space agencies and space regulatory bodies that are present here with us today, take this away and place it on their agenda to ensure that their nations start removing that from the discussion. Once that's removed, you are able to have constructive discussion on what needs to be done and able to then influence it and understand better how to influence it on a national perspective. And I hope only then could countries such as the US, China, and Russia have vital and positive discussions to move this forward and be able to actually find a solution so that we don't continue cluttering what I refer to as the finite space that we need to use on our daily basis.
Pam, I'll get your view on what Sarah's just sort of laid out there, but let me just go to my colleagues here from my friends from both Poland and Turkey. Thomas, the floor is yours, very briefly.
Przede wszystkim poważne państwa traktują przemysł kosmiczny jako największą i najważniejszą dźwignię rozwoju gospodarki. I my jako Polska, ale też i państwa Unii Europejskiej nie postrzegamy eksploracji kosmosu jako elementu wyścigu zbrojeń.
First of all, I would like to say that serious nations usually perceive space industry as the main leverage of economic development. And neither Poland nor, I think, other European states see or view the space industry as a race, a military race.
Dopóki największym graczem, nazwijmy to, na tym rynku przemysłu kosmicznego są Stany Zjednoczone i Narodowa Agencja NASA, to państwa, które mogą w sposób bandycki wykorzystywać technologie kosmiczne, są daleko w tyle. To znaczy, to jest gigantyczna, moim zdaniem, przepaść między zdobyczami świata zachodu, rozumianego jako Stany Zjednoczone, Europa, a państwami typu Rosja czy Chiny. To jest duża, duża przepaść.
I like to hope that as long as the main players regard the space industry and space industry development is NASA and the US, any countries that would like to behave in a bandit way when it comes to the space and space exploration are going to remain far, far behind, because the achievements so far by the Western world, by the US, by Europe, are placing them at the head of these developments, and there is a huge gap between where the Western world is and countries such as Russia and China are.
I think the worry would be that gap is closing at this point. But I take your point. Can I just, Mehmet, your point?
Actually, I totally agree that the space should be the area of peace, absolutely. The humanity cannot bear any struggle, any fight in space. And when it comes to the missing international legislation, international regulations, absolutely, there are many things we have to do, but we all should be honest. now we are talking about the democratization of space technologies. We are saying, we can say that there are more than 70 players in this area, 70 different countries now, maybe, and comparing it with 50 years ago, it was only maybe 2 or 3 nations in the world, and it looks like it's getting more democratized. But who is the customer and who is the developer? Who is the producer? It isn't changing that much. Still, the biggest share of the cake is still belonging to a few number of countries and companies. And now the popular side of space technologies is this new space, these low Earth orbit satellites, etc. Thousands of satellites have been sent to the space now. And there are only a few number of companies making those satellites, and they are belonging to a few number of countries. And there is a huge freedom in this area now. But the question is that when we can think about it, even if those companies were not based in that countries, but in some other countries in the world, would that area be that much in freedom then? So we all should be honest, we all should come together, not only these 70 countries, but all countries in the world should come together and make a real, fair legislative framework on space technologies.
We are really running short on time. I do, Sarah, just want to give you a quick chance. Oh, Pam, sorry, I need you to, you're absolutely right. And I am going to come to you for a quick remark on climate, with COP28 coming up and how space can play a part in climate action on the Earth. Pam, just your perspective, if you will.
Yes, I think it's very important to understand that when you have emerging technology capability, it comes with policy questions. And the preceding panel that we had really highlighted that. I believe that the founders of the internet imagined all the wonderful economic and technological and connecting benefits that the internet has had that has impacted every single industry. But I don't believe that they foresaw some of the challenges with privacy and cybersecurity. So it's really on us as governments to think ahead about the development of this capability. I believe that space will be integral to just about every industry the way the internet is today in about 20 years. And so it's really on us to think about some of those policy questions and work closely together on them. I think it's very, very important. We can't just leave this to whatever is best for industry, whatever a specific company wants to try to achieve. I think we really have to be thinking about those long-term implications and working together as governments on that. We also need to make sure, as my colleague from Turkey mentioned, about making sure that we are also very inclusive and we provide equity and equitable access to space for all of humanity, not just those who have the capability today.
Pam, thank you. We have literally 90 seconds left, and I want to just give Sarah an opportunity with the COP28 climate meeting being hosted here in the UAE in Dubai next year in 2023. Sarah, from your perspective, how can we leverage space innovation to really take advantage of the potential for climate action on the ground?
I'll take a thread from what Pam was just mentioning, which is we as a space industry need to advocate for the utilization of space and the impact that space is going to create. And what better place to utilize the power of all the assets that the space sector at large currently has to better inform us and to better collect data and to better drive the climate agenda forward. And what we would like to call through COP28 and hopefully a partnership with the Abu Dhabi Space Debate is a forum led by space agencies and entities around the world to be able to support and demonstrate how space technology can play a vital part in the climate agenda and in furthering our understanding.
That's an opportunity for so many people who've been present here at the debates, and an opportunity for me, therefore, to see our panelists again, I'm sure, in Dubai, in the UAE next year. Pam, it's terrific having you. Thank you so much for joining us. I know it is very early in the morning. Would love to talk to you again on CNN, as I would to all my panelists here today. Super. Thank you very much indeed for your insight and your analysis. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you to our panelists. As we focus on the threat posed to all of us by climate change, we also find ourselves in an era where we can see more, sense more, measure more than we ever have in the past. And that's because of space-based observation technologies. How can the space industry contribute to a process like the United Nations Conference of the Parties, better known as COP? And specifically, with the next edition of this global forum taking place here in the UAE, how can we bring the space sector to COP28?
Well, I think we've arguably left the best until last today for you, ladies and gentlemen. We've got an incredible panel this afternoon, as Eunice has kindly said, and there's several areas we're going to be exploring within this debate. Firstly, we're going to have a look at how some of the technology, the space technology, can help us deal with climate change, using important information from satellites to understand how deforestation is taking place, rising sea levels or glaciers are melting. And there's another area we're going to be exploring as well, looking at the human impact on space. We're already seeing space's atmosphere being reduced by the rising carbon levels. We've got an incredible panel for us this afternoon. If you would like to come forwards and sit a little bit closer, you are very welcome to. Very pleased to welcome former BBC presenter Amandeep, who is joined on stage by Israeli astronaut Eitan Stube, Salima Ben Mustafa, the head of Earth observation applications at the Swedish National Space Agency. We're also joined by Sara Venturini, Climate Coordinator at the Geo Secretariat. We're also welcoming Shireen Zorba, Head of the Secretariat at the United Nations Science Policy Business Forum on the Environment, as well as Christopher Hamill, the Head of Adaptation, Recovery and Humanitarian Response for COP28. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your panel to the stage.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finale of Abu Dhabi Space Debate. We're so pleased that you're joining us here today, and I'm so pleased to have my star panelists joining me. They've been wonderfully introduced by Katie and Eunice, so thank you very much for that. And what could be more of a critical question for us to end the entire action-packed 2 days of the Abu Dhabi Space Debate on than what role can space play in saving planet Earth? Just a small question to put to my big expertise of panels here that we got with us. The beauty of us being the last session, I'm sure you'll all agree, is that we've had the chance to really listen in to the thought-provoking sessions that have come before us. We've also been taking stock. How often has the environment and sustainability been coming up? And what's been discussed? So we're taking that conversation further now. If I may begin our last session by reflecting on the opening words of Her Excellency Sarah El Almeri, the chairwoman of the UAE Space Agency and of course the UAE Minister for Public Education and Advanced Technology. The very first day she began her keynote by saying, "Only now are we understanding the fundamental impact of climate change, and this understanding really requires hard data, working together and understanding each other." So this session is really about unpacking that and understanding that. With the critical key question I want you all to engage in as we delve around these subjects and really go further into this. What is the link between space and keep coming back to that. Eitan, if I may begin with you, our Israeli astronaut, a fantastic trip that you made to the ISS earlier this year. I had the privilege of interviewing the UAE's first astronauts, Hazza El Mansouri and Sultan El Nayadi. I know that you've met Sultan in his preparation for his ISS mission. I did the interview in front of hundreds of school children, so without a shadow of doubt, human exploration, it really is an awe-inspiring, just a way for us all to kind of like push ourselves beyond our limits, awe-inspiring. But may I begin by asking, is it worth the billions that we put into sending humans into space?
It's definitely worth it, definitely. It's essential for us to be able to monitor what's going on our planet. It's essential to learn about our planet and about other planets. For example, lightning. If we see lightning on other planets, Venus, do we understand lightning here? What does that mean about other planets? So, and by far, excuse me, it's the most inspiring dimension that exists for children, for education, for everyone. So curiosity is a driver for development, the driver for knowledge. Without that curiosity or feeding that curiosity, we are not human. That's my point of view.
And put so eloquently there, and also by the President of Israel who joined us yesterday, Isaac Herzog, he spoke about, in a very poetic fashion, the inspiration of space exploration. You mentioned there about some of the kind of the advantages of going into space and data gathering. I'm going to bring in Salima now. Salima, Head of Earth Observation Applications at the Swedish National Space Agency. Let's delve in a little bit further there. If going into space is worthwhile, when it comes to national space agency programs, Are the budgets reflecting that type of importance and emphasis that's put into Earth observation?
Yeah, thank you for this question. Actually, 2 weeks ago, it was ESA Ministerial Council meeting, and all member states, so they contribute with a budget. And I'm very happy that it's really, really ambitious amount of money. It's around, it's not a secret, it's amount around 16.9 billion euro. So it's really interesting. So we can continue to develop our programs and to build new satellites, especially for Earth observation. And this budget is a positive result to keep Europe in the space race, let's say this. So this budget will have Earth observation. The climate change is top of our priority, of course, and we'll have navigation, exploration, communication, and of course, space safety for that. Just to talk about the amazing future EU program. Yeah, this is very new, and this program will develop new satellites. And for example, it will be a mission called Harmony, and this mission will monitor the glacier. It will give some indications about the look of volcanoes, and we see that last week it was in Hawaii, eruption of a volcano, and yesterday it was in Indonesia. 2,000 people were obliged to leave their houses yesterday. I saw this in the news today. So it's in front of the environment, what we are doing here.
So that addresses that critical question that I started with, the role of space when it comes to climate change. As you said, direct action with what's breaking news, what's actually been happening right now. And that's really intriguing. You gave that figure of 16.9 billion euros. I mean, that's, it's a rise, isn't it, from the previous budgets?
Yes, it's 17% more than previous budget.
So you're saying that directly reflects that the political will is behind backing Earth observation. That's a really interesting picture that you paint for us. Shireen Zorba, Head Secretariat of UN Science Policy Business Forum on the environment. Let's unpack that a little here. Big budgets, a lot of data, either being gathered by our human astronauts going into space, robotics, AI. But what's happening with all of this? Is the data translating, from your point of view, in terms of reaching our environmental goals?
A very dangerous question at so many levels, I suppose. But the answer is we are not seeing enough action. And we are not seeing enough action despite the fact that as we sit here today, an increasing number of satellites, both public and private, are continuously orbiting and collecting data about the state of the world environment at a scale never known before, at a time when the world is not on track to meet any of the environmental goals, least of all the Paris Agreement. We are not, and this is a fact. And I think the dilemma here is between data and knowledge. So what we need to create is a dynamic that was created before. There is one success story in the multilateral system, and I mentioned it in the workshop this morning, which is the example of the Montreal Protocol. This is the one that where humanity came together and created the right type of dynamic based on data, based on Earth observations, where we were able to actually take this data, turn it into knowledge, take the knowledge, turn it into action. The United Nations convened, countries regulated, financial mechanisms were created, transparency, which is a very important part of this discussion, and accountability were put in place, and success, 100% compliance. We are nowhere near that when it comes to biodiversity, to overall pollution, and to climate change. So we need to find ways and mechanisms and methodologies to bring that together. And the final thing, really, that I want to mention in this context is the importance of technology. We do not have at scale
the artificial intelligence capabilities, the technology is there. It is not for free. And its implementation at scale can mean the difference between success and failure as well.
And if we unpack that point, why do we not have the analysis in place at the moment, if we have the data gathering in place?
It is very much a question of a technology. The technology is not being used at scale. It's not being financed at scale. I worked on a number of pilots with technology partners on marine litter, on other issues, but these are pilots. In order to take that up to scale and take the wonderful satellite data and other in situ data that we have out there and turn it into actual knowledge. And then the other step that's very, very important is the right convening, the multilateral system that works because it has the right type of financing embedded into operations, embedded into manufacturing, and this was part of the discussion on space also here. This dynamic is as essential as also having the data turned into knowledge through technology. We don't have this dynamic right now, nor the financing for it at scale.
So lots of interesting threads you introduced there. We can pull on many of them, but just one that I want to bring in Sara Venturini on, Climate Coordinator at Geosecretariat. Data and knowledge, the knowledge part in terms of conveying the significance when it comes to the space sector and the environment on platforms, international platforms like COPs. You've been involved in various COPs since COP15. What would be the significant way that we could raise public awareness, but go further, public comprehension of these two synergy areas?
Absolutely. There is a process within the UN Convention on Climate Change. There is a specific agenda item that deals with Earth observations. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with this process, but this is an entry point for space agencies, for meteorological agencies, for UN partners to influence the negotiations, to help policymakers understand the value of Earth observation to support action on climate change and reporting on climate change and biodiversity and other related issues. So far, this agenda item has been a bit neglected, to be honest. Last COP, COP27, that was held only a few weeks ago in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, had actually a COP decision on Earth observation, which was pretty interesting, although the decision discussed the role, encouraged the role of key players in supporting a global climate observing system. The parties weren't brave enough to use a stronger language, so I think there is a missed opportunity there where countries and governments can further encourage, further establish some cooperation, some goals, some global framework for Earth observation that would necessarily increase the delivery of Earth observation products, data, to support action. So I think at COP28, there will be this opportunity to renew this mandate and awareness in turn on Earth observations.
So I believe this is a seamless link to, of course, bring in our COP28 representative, Christopher Hamill, Head of Adaptation, Recovery and Humanitarian Response. COP28 will be taking place next year, end of next year, at Dubai Expo City. Sara eloquently set the scene there in terms of the achievements, but also missed opportunities, certainly when it comes to Earth observation being highlighted. Of course, we're still a year away from delivering COP28, but give us an insight in terms of how we could best deliver on that roadmap.
Thank you, and thank you very much for inviting all of us to be here. I think this panel represents where we are as a COP28 team. As you mentioned, it's still early days for us, but it's that moment in the process when we try to hear the different voices and pull on the different threads to be able to chart a way forward. So we've heard about how Earth observation data can contribute to advancing goals through inspiration from someone who's actually touch space, as it were, which is pretty inspirational. And we've heard about how EO data can support science, how it can support the negotiations themselves to be able to make better decisions and informed decisions. I think another area that we're focused on, that we are aware of, and that we want to signal our intention around, is the application of EO data as it relates to the human experience on planet Earth, specifically humanitarian response, and trying to create tools, systems that help maybe those who are disproportionately affected by climate change, vulnerable communities who don't have as much access to resources or information. And so we're interested in hearing more about what could be done in terms of using the COP28 platform to advance things like the early warning system for all agenda, which has recently been sort of launched. Even at COP27 just a few weeks ago, there was an action plan that was announced. So that's one example, which maybe I can get into in a little more detail in the next round. But we're here, we're listening, and we know this is an important space.
And I think Christopher's absolutely right. We are here and we are listening. And on that point, we do want to make this as interactive and dynamic as possible. So even at this very early stage, if anybody has a question, a burning question that you want to dive in with, please do indicate. Otherwise, I'm going to refer back to my panel because Shireen, you were indicating you had a burning point that you needed to make.
I wanted to follow up a little bit on Sarah's point, actually. And the international stage is an interesting space with lots of things happening at the same time, but where, as practitioners and people who've been working in that space for so many years, we have an opportunity to build on the momentum. So when it comes to big data, while there might have been a missed opportunity, definitely in a way, during COP27, that we've been following very closely, especially also the point Chris made about early warning. Early warning is one of the most important aspects when we talk about not leaving people behind. And talking to some governments, even the head of state of Botswana, for example, he made the point, he said, look, natural disasters are hitting everywhere. I mean, the past year alone, I mean, we saw rising temperatures and flooding in Europe, in the US and other places. But the difference, especially when it comes to Africa, for example, least developed countries, small island developing states, is the capacity and the capability to save as many people as possible, as much infrastructure as possible, simply because we know that it's going to happen. And it's in this day and age, with the presence of the technologies, these are not there. So I just wanted to alert that in 2019, we led a process and that led to a unanimous decision by all governments working with the UN to have a big data strategy on the environment by 2025. And this is in the context of the United Nations Environment Assembly. So indeed, for COP28, we should build on that already. This is not a starting point to start negotiating. It's already, the framework is there. Member states, the problem is with governments, of course, is that different people negotiate different things under different contexts. It is our duty to bring it together and to make sure that this moves on in the right direction.
And I think that's very admirable for us to talk about building on. So we're going to come back to that, building on that momentum. Let's return to that point in just a moment. I know that Eitan and Salima want to make a point. So I'm going to go to Eitan first of all.
Thank you. The opportunity is incredible now that space is opening to the private and the commercial sectors. We can involve many more than the scientists and the physicians and the astrophysicists in space. We can involve everyone. And then the public can choose the priorities of what is done in space. Because till now, it is all led by governments, and only the governments with the big space agencies. Now that smaller countries are opening space agencies, they can take part. The public in general can take part. Private astronauts, commercial astronauts like myself, I did the training for a year, and the public in Israel, including ministries, schools, and academies, and they defined the program. So what I did for 17 days in space was selected by I would say, an open source mission, which is super different than state astronauts. State astronauts spend over 80% of their time on maintaining the platform, while we spend over 80% of our time on science, education, art, artworks, philosophy, reading poetry, other things. And that's the track for development of the type of space activities that will
I think you make some astute points there, certainly raising the point about the private sector, the commercialization of space, and actually the possible benefit that isn't necessarily reported on by industries like mine, the media. We love the headlines. We love the astronauts going into space, and of course the buzz around the big billionaires going into space. But actually what can be added to the knowledge bank is a very intriguing point. Salima was waiting very patiently to make a point.
Yeah, I just want to highlight something, that there is Earth observation programs that are working very well. And I mentioned the Copernicus EU flagship program for Earth observation program. And there is data that they are free, they are open, and all people in the world can use them. And there is also Copernicus services. Copernicus is a constellation of satellites to monitor the parameters in the Earth. And regards to floodings or to what you mentioned, yes, there is services, and we continue with this future EU to have segment 2 for Copernicus. And another thing is that with this data, what did the European Commission to create a framework partnership for user uptake of the Copernicus data. So it's at national level, at regional and international level. And it's amazing, there is more than 50 partners in this framework, and they make action, they make projects, and the projects go from pilot projects to application projects, and they are developing AI methods using Sentinel data and merging big data and e-learning machine and all this. And
on that point about the international collaboration, because I think it's key, it's something that we've heard about time and time again over the last 2 days, how we need to have a multilateral approach to various different issues that the space sector is facing. I will allow you to expand on your point, but just to say that the geopolitics that's also been spoken about here, very openly, very candidly, has that impacted Earth observation partnerships? We've talked about having a multilateral approach to data gathering and data sharing. Would you say it has impacted the programs that ESA is running?
Here, what we have, it's big framework, and what we have is Space for Green Future.
Yes.
This will be response to the global climate and environmental crisis in support to green transition towards a carbon neutral society.
Okay, so that's very admirable, and I think that's a very key part of what ESA is trying to do. Shireen, would you like to come in on the geopolitics, how it's impacting? You are, of course...
Very much, yes, absolutely. And I'll give you an example. Just a few days ago, countries and stakeholders met in Uruguay, not to talk about space, but to talk about plastics. And in what was described as the biggest thing since the Paris Agreement, there is an agreement now that the world will come together to try and put an end to plastic pollution. Despite the geopolitics, and very openly, this discussion happened in March earlier this year, and it was facilitated by the United Nations Environment Programme within the context of the UN Environment Assembly, which feeds the General Assembly of the UN. And despite the Russian invasion to Ukraine, and despite everything, unanimous agreement by all governments to proceed on a very critical and important decisions. So when the necessity of doing it becomes an existential issue of life or death for us, and the environment is an existential issue, and when the facts and the data and the knowledge is there, the political will happens, and this is a bright example of how we can overcome the geopolitics. So I would say this is one of the brighter points. One of the big lessons learned is that we do not need to delve into skepticism all the time and negativity, but to understand how the world works today, that these issues can be resolved despite. Of course, with problems, I mean, we want a more peaceful world, we need a more stable world in order to do better, but we can still overcome some of these things to reach higher goals.
And Shireen, your comments directly echo what His Excellency Omran Sharaf, the chair, the UAE's chair of the UN Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space and integral member of the organizing committee behind Abu Dhabi Space Debate, opened up day one with by saying the UAE speaks to everybody, liaises with everybody, keeps the door open for negotiations and those types of partnerships. And as you've underlined there, that is key. I know Christopher, I'm sure, is thinking along these lines when it comes to COP28. Sarah, you indicated you wanted to come in on this point.
Yeah, on multilateralism, I think it is really critical action, urban resilience, plastic monitoring, and sustainable development in general. And this is necessary to forge an international consensus-based, evidence-based Earth observation suite of products that are valuable resources for decision makers. And the UAE, in fact, joined GEO in 2016 for this purpose. The country is really proud, and they desire to bolster their space program and international presence, and I think this is the right move. The country is passionate about open data policy. Just thinking about the announcement at COP27 about the new space data center project that the UAE Space Agency made with the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment, it is critical to use space technology to address environmental challenges. And in light of these developments that we heard today and yesterday, I think the UAE has an opportunity to emerge as a leader in the region and globally when it comes to COP28 to raise the profile of Earth observations.
And I think this is the great precursor, having the Abu Dhabi Space Debate, inviting the various international partners and a breadth of international experts as well. Christopher, we heard from Her Excellency Reem El Hashimi, the Minister of International Cooperation, yesterday. She emphasized the point, building on what Sarah's saying there, the value of space technology alleviating the suffering of the common citizen, echoing what you mentioned about the humanitarian response. So really integral, principled approach. How do we bridge the gap with inviting, as Sarah said, Eitan talked about the public being part of this experience? Is there a gap between what we know, our illustrious panel, esteemed audience, what we're becoming aware of, the role of Earth observation, space technology, and what the public knows? And is COP28, or COPs in general, a key to addressing that gap?
So I think they are. And I think the reason for that is because the COP is obviously a process, a negotiated process, to arrive at different outcomes that can help advance the global agenda on climate. In addition to that, COP is a convening platform to bring different stakeholders together to discuss a range of topics while the negotiations are happening. And we've heard just this afternoon about the power of multilateralism, the power of data, the power of data processing like AI, and the idea of the inspirational ability that space and space technology has to unite people. So when you combine those, what you get are applications or solutions like anticipatory response, which is a sort of a combination of both data, government policy, and funding mechanisms that essentially help protect people who are vulnerable and help protect people who are vulnerable before an incident or a catastrophe might occur, so that we're able to get ahead of the curve and bear less cost and also bear less human cost, frankly, as a result of climate catastrophes. I guess the last to say as a capstone, maybe at COP27 we announced that we joined the Risk-Informed Early Action Partnership, which essentially is an example of this kind of multilateralism, a platform that brings different technical stakeholders together with funders and implementers on the ground to really be able to try to achieve this vision. And we look forward to continuing this under our presidency.
I think that's a really aspiring agenda and certainly something that we can get into, because I really want to hear from everybody about how we can try to shape, contribute towards the COP28 vision. But before I do that, as I mentioned, the public discourse, the narrative, it's really important. Yes, we've got the big national space agencies represented here with us today, as well as private enterprise as well. But the public is key to be brought along on this journey, their awareness, comprehension of the role that the space sector can play in saving the planet Earth, as I said. But fundamentally, there is a contradiction. Can we address the contradiction? As well as using space to monitor environmental damage, the use of space is adding to environmental damage. Shireen, I see you nodding your head there.
Very much so, and I think what I observed during this excellent event that I really enjoyed and learned so much from is that this awareness is there. What is missing perhaps is the data. We don't have enough data, so ESA did put out some information, some figures regarding the particles that are orbiting space in terms of marine debris, but we don't have enough, so we need more. However, having said that, I talked about a dynamic that works, and in terms of space, the space environment, I think there is consensus following up from this event that we want to try and create a process. And this process would look into learning from the 50 years of environmental multilateralism, what worked and what didn't quite work, to try and build a dynamic and mechanisms to better approach some of these issues. But what is really interesting to me as well is not, I mean, space pollution is clear, it's happening. But what is also interesting is the impact of climate change on that. So, for example, just last month, actually just a few days ago, less than maybe 20 days ago, an excellent report was put out by the British Antarctic Survey. And what they've observed is that increasing levels of emissions, of greenhouse emissions, is reducing the density of the upper layers of the atmosphere. And what that does is that defunct satellites and space debris orbiting close to Earth will stay there longer. They will stay afloat longer. Now, this raises the risk of dangerous collision and produces massive amounts of space debris that will eventually pollute not only the atmosphere, but it will come back to Earth. So I think this romantic and interesting view, space is out there, it's about spacefaring, it's about, you know, adventure. We just need to be a little bit more realistic and better understand that the impact of human action, the impact of climate change does have its consequences up there.
And so, when you say being more realistic, you're saying being more grounded and be aware of these impacts. And I'm going to bring in Salima on this point, because we had a pre-panel discussion and you made a very interesting observation, Salima, about a recent meeting between the US and French powers that be, and addressing this very issue. Environmental damage of the space sector. We're talking about congestion, we're talking about space debris. These are some of the issues that have been discussed in the last 2 days, but to put the firm focus, there is a recognition of this.
Yes, it just, I saw in the news that when French President Macron went to US and he has a meeting with Kamala Harris about the space pollution. And he wanted that United States make some new rules for regulation and all this. And all this will be changed and they will also have the ideas from private investors. So this is a little bit changing for you.
So it's recognizing, as you say, the changing landscape, people like Eitan with the representing for us the private sector and the commercialization of space, but the value that can be added. I see that we have 6 minutes on the clock. May I ask our audience to not be so shy? Put your hands up if you have questions for our wonderful panel here. Oh, wonderful. We have a gentleman. Do we have a mic that can come to? Excuse me, ladies. There's a gentleman who's going to be asking a question. Second row for, sorry, could you put your hand up and our wonderful colleagues will come to you. Do feel free to introduce yourself and the organisation you represent and who you'd like to put the question to, if not everybody.
Hi, is that on? Hi. So firstly, so Charlie Candy, so I'm here from Planet Labs and Chief Revenue Officer, so I'm one of the new space companies. We're about 11 years old now. So firstly, thank you for having this discussion. I think it's really good to hear it here at the end of this debate. And Shireen, I guess I'll probably look to you and just say, earlier on you talked about AI at scale, and there's actually a lot of data already. We already have more than 2,000 images for every place on Earth. We've got this huge archive of data, and our challenge is how do we get people using that data? So I guess my question to you is, we've talked a lot about multilateral and government, but what would your ask be, and to the panel as well, to the commercial industry? What would you ask of us? What could we be doing more to engage more with users, countries, governments, to help them embrace the tools that are all there, the data that's there today, and really start using it?
Brilliant question. Shireen, if you take it first and then others pitch in.
Sure. So to address this question, we've put together earlier this year a big data for the Environment Alliance. So an alliance is being built that is trying to enrich the multilateral system. The multilateral system is very much government driven. And we're trying to bring in the technology sector at scale, whether it's the startups or the big guys, you know, the big tech industry into that. However, I'm always saying we need to create, in order to succeed, and having learned so many lessons from the past 50 years, we need to create the right dynamic that includes financing built into what we do operationally and from the project start to end, not only for the private sector, but for government as well, accountability and reporting. So with, say, I don't want to mention any specific company, but I work with all of them. So let's talk about the big tech in general. And they've been great. We worked so closely during COP27, before and after, and will continue to do so. They are not philanthropies. They are not philanthropies. You cannot have AI without proper financing. And this is one situation where, remember the old talk about the data divide. It is not about the data divide and the technology divide. It's really about both, because around 58% of the data required to report on the SDGs, the environmental aspects of the SDGs, is still missing, either because of the lack of quality data or simply because it's not there. So it is a complex issue. Financing is not the beginning and the end, but it is one very, very important factor. And come and join the Alliance, Big Data for the Environment Alliance. We're trying to just do that at the international stage.
I love that inclusive endpoint there. So we will continue this conversation off stage. May I ask if anybody else has a question for the panelists? Okay, well, I certainly do. I know that we have a big focus on climate change and, of course, space. COP28 around the corner. May I go down my panel? And while we have Christopher, you know, he has no choice to be our audience, right there in the middle. What could we pitch to him? What would you like to see in an ideal world? Budgets weren't a question. Let's start with our Israeli astronaut. I know that you have a very inspiring idea. We haven't delved enough into your fantastic journey and the fact that we're all very envious of the fact that you've actually been into space. I think your idea might be related to this point.
Well, I could speak 3 hours just about the launch, so.
We can stay. We'll shut the doors. Don't let anyone escape.
What the gentleman asked is very important, because the data should be accessible to all, available to all, and we should be in a position, I mean those who care about planet Earth as our spaceship, demand that the data is free. Enable, for example, on the space station, have a band for the astronauts emissions. Whenever anyone has time, he will know what kind of photos he should take or what kind of information he collects.
So you're saying use the time that we know that the astronauts will be up into space, convey the information about weather analysis that they can conduct when they're on the ISS, for example.
Correct.
And for COP28, what would you like to see?
I'd like to reach COP28 with all that done already.
Okay, that's not a small ambition, but I like it. I like it that you're starting big. Sarah, with your experience from COP15 onwards.
Yes, and building on what Ethan just said, I think it's critical to establish a task force or coordination working group on Earth observation that would support the preparation of COP28. We did that very successfully with the UK presidency for COP26, and that really changed
Remember you
the
saying,
game.
actually, not
Yes.
just changed, it doubled the efforts.
Exactly, because the UK was able to raise the profile of Earth observation. There is a specific mandated event under the negotiations called Earth Information Day, and the UK did the whole day dedicated to space, Earth observation, so their space agencies, their national authorities dealing with Earth observations were able to communicate, to raise awareness around this topic and inform the delegates about what was going on. And this could be an opportunity to bring in astronauts from the
Absolutely,
space
I think,
station.
and
Yeah.
again, COP26, they had a live link up with Thomas Pesquet, the French
Yes.
astronaut,
Yes.
who was on the ISS at the time. So we just need to send ATAN back into space for COP28. I think that can be organized and a big thematic approach there. I like the ambition, working my way down. Shireen, you're not a lady who minces her words. What's your big ambition?
That this would be a COP where we focus more on accountability, transparency, and reporting. The past COPs, I mean, many of the big experts, and these are not my words, many of the pioneers who designed or were part of the design of the Paris Agreement, part of the design of the Rio +20 processes, they said it and they were clear. We've had enough talk. Glasgow helped us negotiate some of the final articles that required real negotiations. And if this COP becomes the first where the focus is on reporting, accountability and transparency, and the figures hopefully don't lie. This is where big data comes in. Earth observations is one very important part of the puzzle. It's not the only one, unless we are able to understand not only the state of the world environment using Earth observations, but the impact of human activity and how do we track and how do we trace action. It's not only about this river is polluted and oh, the air pollution is that much, which is all very important. It's critical, actually. But
as you
also,
say, a
how
holistic
do
approach.
we,
A holistic
tracking,
approach.
traceability is very
Absolutely.
important.
I'm going to bring in Salima because we are running out of time. But if you want to just finish your point, and you were in the middle of it, and briefly,
I think we would love to see space come into the discussion because space is lots of things.
Yes.
I'm calling for a space pavilion.
Okay, I love it. I love it. It's a thematic day, space pavilion, live astronaut link up, maybe ATAN, maybe somebody else. Salima, dream big.
Yes, after those two exciting days and with very interesting panels and discussion and all this, I have two words.
Very
to say
quickly,
for
because we are
this.
running out of time.
New space age in a world in transformation. So first we need to regulate the space in a proper action, find a kind of legal framework, develop new standards, define them with private operators. And then if we have regulation in space, so we can have missions. And when we have mission, we will have data, and then we can report to the COP28.
As you say, it's very important to create that type of framework. So that's a really important point. Christopher, this is our wish list that we're putting to you. I don't expect you to give us a yes or a no. And luckily for you, we are out of time. But just your initial response to these big ideas.
As I started, I guess I will end, which is we are listening. And we are here exactly for this purpose, to listen. And I can tell you that I've heard your wish list. And I think it would make sense after this event to talk about some sort of at least an informal consultation that we could have, to be able to hear from some of the stakeholders represented here and maybe who couldn't be with us today, so that we could try to align a little bit more and maybe work down from a big wish list into maybe something that we could reasonably help to deliver.
That's a really inspiring note to end on, Christopher. You're like the parent who tries to reduce the birthday wish list, but we're going to carry on pushing, because what I would like to say is that our inaugural Abu Dhabi space debate and our grand finale can end on a commitment. We've spoken off stage to His Excellency, the Director General of the UAE Space Agency. Space Agency, of course, have hosted the Abu Dhabi space debate, and they have promised that we are going to continue this conversation with our illustrious panel, our experts. We invite you all to partake. We will be sharing details of how we want to continue this conversation to feed into the design plan and the vision for COP28. It's a very much, this debate is inclusive as well as a journey to COP28. I think that's a brilliant point to end on. I'm going to ask you all to please join in and say thank you very much to our panel, and also I'd like to say thank you to you for joining us for the full 2 days. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to Anamdeep and her incredible panelists this afternoon. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with the growing number of young countries' ambitious space programs and the proliferation of private sector companies' exciting new space capabilities, it is clear that the time for global collaboration is now. And I think that's why events like this week's Abu Dhabi Space Debate are so important.
That's right, Katie. The Abu Dhabi Space Debate set out to forge a global platform for leaders and policymakers to review the opportunities and challenges ahead for the space sector and advance not only global dialogue and collaboration between nations, but also forge concrete alliances and multilateral agreements that advance the sector as a whole.
Now, we have begun this important work in Abu Dhabi this week, but it's clear there is much still yet to be done. Even so, we hope you've been able to take away new insights, new learnings, new energy, and new appetite for greater global cooperation. There are so many exciting new potential opportunities out there today, and we hope that overall you've been able to take away a new appetite in order to tackle some of humanity's greatest challenges, but also in order to create our and our children's greatest opportunities.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, with that, we have reached the end of the Abu Dhabi Space Debate. Thank you for being with us at the debate, the global platform defining the future of space.
Thank you very much.